Hey, howdy-ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions podcast. It's not an episode. It's Super Bowl. It's not even a Super Bowl. It's the draft.
Lions Super Bowl.
I'm so excited. I'm frozen in place.
It was working fine the whole time.
Here we go again. That's right.
We've been talking for 10, 15 minutes already, and it was fine. Oh, there we go.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, this is the official Detroit Lions podcast for Reddit. I'm your dashing host, Chris, and with me is the ever-glorious, handsome, has got to beat the ladies away with a stick, Andy Sandman. How you doing, brother?
I've got a stick for the ladies. I'm good. I'm feeling good about the draft so far.
Yeah, a little bit of talk ahead at the beginning there, right? And took a little bit for folks to get around.
It's just boring. It's a boring pick. I think 3-4 years from now, we're gonna say, what an awesome pick.
Okay.
What a great way to start the build off. But yesterday, it was, it's boring. Boring. Everybody wants the touchdown grabbing guy. Everybody wants the sack guy. And that's easy to say and easy to want, but those guys aren't always the ones that win you the Super Bowl. Look at the Chiefs this past year. They made it all the way there, drafting from the outside in.
Yep.
And then all their linemen were injured and couldn't do diddly.
Yeah. As hard as Patrick Mahomes played, he could not save that team. And he played a heroic game. I mean, and I don't say that about football players very often, right? But he was just absolutely determined not to let that team lose. It was incredible to watch him play. And he couldn't do it. There wasn't a line there to protect him. There wasn't a line there to give him time. So it's like how do you feel about Frank Ragnow right now?
Oh, feel really good about Frank Ragnow.
Taylor Decker, right? It's the same thing, right? It's like, yeah, those guys are great, okay, but
when you have them, you're super glad you have them.
But when it comes to drafting them,
you've had enough of that shit.
I think my favorite analogy for stuff like this is: would you rather spend $40,000 on a bitch-ass convertible car or on the roof of your house?
Oh yeah, the roof, all the way.
all the way.
I want to be up
those
there.
Dimensional shingles.
I want to be up there with a nailer. Unfortunately, I've got tile shingles. No, it's a great point. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean the roof's gonna last you 30 years, and the car is gonna break down in 7. But
hangover update. Waxo's asking. Waxo, I got you covered, brother. Starting out again with my another ultimate 50-50 Jaeger bomb.
You guys are all enablers.
I was up at 10 to 6 this morning. I did take a little nap in the afternoon just because I didn't get a whole lot of hours of sleep, but that was fine today. So we're rocking it. Let's talk about the Packers. They literally poured rock salt in the Aaron Rodgers wound with that pick.
It's this slap in the face.
Oh.
We don't care about you.
Yeah.
Your feelings don't matter. We're here to win. We're going to do what we think needs to happen to win, and you're not the boss.
You're not the boss of me. So what do you think about the Lions? They're picking 41. We're 9 picks in today. Assuming they stay there, where do you think they're attacking position-wise, and who today?
I think that we're looking at a linebacker or a wide receiver here. I think we're, out of all the positions on this team, I think those are our 2 weakest spots that we have left. It wouldn't shock me to see, wide receiver or linebacker, but depending on how it all falls, honestly, we could go almost anywhere other than fullback, long snapper, quarterback, and that's it.
Yeah. Kicker.
Punter.
We've got Hall of Fame punter in place. We're good there.
Not going to be a problem.
All right, Goodell's coming out. I think he's putting the Jags on the clock. We'll have updates from him. Not as stiff-legged. The drinking hasn't started for old dummyhead Goodell.
He's an 8 o'clock drinker.
he's definitely a functional alcoholic. Every year though, he does seem like he gets drunker as the night goes on. I was surprised last year when he was in the recliner. He didn't have like a little highball glass and then the legs crossed.
I forgot about the recliner. Oh, jeez.
So that's something we missed. That recliner was his recliner from last year that those people were sitting in.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that makes a little more sense.
It's still stupid though. It's stupid. But it is what it is. Oh man, they're firing up the super chat. Riley, thank you. He's looking for Brown. Diami Brown. Let's go. Okay. I'm thinking positionally it's probably wide receiver or safety. And I'm thinking about the folks that are there. I know a lot of people like Barmore. I don't know if he's going to be there. But you got Elijah Moore and you got Moreg, who I think are there and possibly available. Those are the two guys. I'm pretty locked on Moreg. I think he's going to be really, really good. I don't think JOK is going to last. Loretto, thank you, buddy. Green Bay Packers, Mickey Mouse sounding. I'm a real boy. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry.
It was good. It was good. It was worth it.
Oh, man. Let's see. Californian. $5 Californian. Flounder, you cracked me up. This is Canadian for the folks that are. I guess we're not doing this as audio only. I don't have to do any translations for the audio show, so we got that going for us. All right, Goodell with some Hall of Fame fellas up there. A lot of clapping. Jags fans are like, let's just get moving here. It's nice to see them, but let's get moving.
Yeah, does anybody really care about any of this?
No.
Just get to the picks.
I guess yesterday was the second highest rated NFL draft yet to date.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't dig in to see what the first one was. I did a quick scan and it didn't jump out at me. But both digitally and broadcastedly, terrestrially, it was up a great deal. So let's see. Okay, I think we're good. We're just ready to get this show on the road. Come on, dummyhead Goodell. I mean, these guys earned it probably, right?
Yeah.
I mean, gosh.
I'm just excited to see some starters today. I just want to see this team evolve in one draft.
Yeah. How about Sewell's age? That was kind of we didn't hit that so hard yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
My man is young.
Yep.
I mean, and gosh, I know everybody's excited over there. I mean, did you see the Lions media team released the footage from the draft room? Did you see that by chance?
Oh yeah.
Yes, they were pretty stoked about that pick. They were pretty happy. That's awesome.
I think, every year teams have guys that they say, okay, if they get to us, that's where we're going. Easy peasy. But, most of the time that doesn't happen. The third team is saying, oh, if Burrow makes it here, we're definitely drafting him. And it doesn't happen. I honestly feel like that probably happened to the Lions yesterday. That they weren't expecting Sewell there. They were hoping he was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But, as soon as he made it to him, easy pick.
Right.
And I think Brad Holmes said as much. They were ready. They fielded a couple calls, but they felt so strongly about him that it would have taken a mountain to move him. And, that's nice to hear.
Yeah. No. I mean, they know what they're doing. Oh, yeah. My gosh. I see in the chat we have our good friend. Let me get hooked up here. Riz, do you want to call me? We'll get you started. We got Riz through, I think, the beginning of the second round via Le Telephone. Loretto, thank you again. Who's going to be the surprise player to fall? Man, if JOK doesn't get picked, like right off the top, I feel like there's something going on.
I feel like every year, I remember the Ray Malaluga year. It was like, why isn't he gone? He's a top 10 pick. He kept falling. Honestly, I don't know why Christian Barmore hasn't been taken yet, but I have to imagine that there's a reason. I don't know what that is, but wouldn't shock me to see him to keep falling.
Yeah. Yep. You guys, I'm telling you, I got both cats are behind me, just claws out. You may see them fly through the air. I don't know. They go nuts on those lights, so whatever. Let's see. Sorry, getting Riz set up, buddy. All right. As soon as Riz is there, we'll grab him. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know who's gonna fall. I haven't seen any gas mask videos. All right, we got 5 minutes left on the clock for Jacksonville.
Nobody's
cats.
Stepdad is real pissed off.
Oh, cats. This would be. Oh, there they go. What's a good target for Lions trading up for a second today? This is really good. Riz tried to call. I'm gonna call him. Let's just do it that way.
So when we tried to call the winner of the
oh my god
the giveaway.
Riz, how you doing, brother?
I am here.
I missed your call. It didn't even like make any movement or noise or anything.
We missed you.
Oh, I am here and you are here. Soon you will not be here. Killing my Andre the Giant tonight.
Oh man, they're going nuts. We got a great question from Flounder, and I think you're absolutely the guy to kind of lead this discussion, Riz. What's a good target for the Lions trading up for a second today?
For like right away or later on? Because like right away, I don't think they have the ability to move up from where they are at 41. That's asking a lot for a team that has limited draft picks this year, and I can't see them giving up anything next year. Now, if they want to move up later, you can throw those 2 picks in the 3rd round together and move back up into the bottom of the 2nd. That's probably the most likely thing to happen.
Well, so what about using some of next year's capital to get like an additional 2nd round pick, trying to find a starter? Is there anybody in there that's compelling enough for the team to really chase down mid-late 2nd round here?
It's hard to see them doing that as reluctant as they have been to commit to long-term things. You know, that all these guys are on short-term contracts and everything. I can't see them doing it. I mean, we talked about a couple of weeks ago, Chris, that it's an idea that's definitely worth exploring, but I don't get the impression that they're all that interested in doing it. That they, unless it's like a super value, you know, if Onwuzurike is still there at 60, and he could be, then that's something that they would look at. But again, if a guy's falling like that, they're generally falling for a reason. And a lot of times that reason is pretty valid. You look at a guy like who's the guy? Daquan Powers from Tampa Bay. He was going to be a top 5 pick in that draft, and then he fell to the 2nd round. And Tampa, Mark Dominic was the Buccaneers GM. He talked about this. He's like, he was so high up on our board that we couldn't pass on him in the 2nd round, even though we knew that his knee was trash. And guess what? His knee was trash. He played like 20 football games in the NFL. It wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So you got to be real careful for catching falling stars like that.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL is really, really good about identifying guys who need to fall and letting them fall.
Yeah, that's and that may have happened to a couple guys yesterday. We'll see. One of them being Justin Fields. I'm questioning everybody, and Greg, don't get angry. I know you're out there somewhere. I know you love Justin. He absolutely should have gone 3rd, 4th, 5th. He should have gone well before and not made it to us. But to make it to, what was it, 10th he went? 11th?
Yeah. 11th.
That seems like a pretty precipitous fall. And Chicago, let's be honest, their 1st round decision making has not been the sharpest of what we've seen. I don't know that them moving up for him there was the smart move. It's like I almost think that, you know, it's the dumb money for them doing that. It just tells me that what's going on with Fields. Is it really just that he's got epilepsy and they just fell? Because it doesn't seem to have affected him at all.
If he was the white quarterback from Alabama, he would have been number 2 overall. I guarantee that.
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
So why is he falling? Okay, we got Goodell walking on the stage here with the Jags pick. Any predictions here for that? God, I have no English. Oh, it's not even Goodell.
I think it's Maury.
Really? Okay.
We'll see.
This guy looks way different than Roger Goodell. A lot taller.
Hi, Mom. With the 33rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tyson Campbell, DB, Georgia.
2 Georgia guys going real early.
That's kind of unexpected to me.
Yeah. Somebody had
kind of been a run on cornerbacks.
Yeah, I forget who had it in their. Somebody had that in their mock that he was going to go 33rd. So good for them. Wasn't me.
Yeah. No, I mean, even like I'm just looking at some mocks over here. I'm looking at Draft Wire because we love the wire sites, Risdon. They have him at 43.
Yeah, I had him. I think a little lower than that. I liked Stokes better. The guy who went to. Who took him yesterday? Somebody took him yesterday. Oh, it all blurs together.
This is it. You spent months preparing for this, and now it's just like, it's all happening. I can't remember all these things. I have that problem with the English language.
Yeah, I can relate to that too.
All right, so Lions focusing on who you think.
Lions were not going to take that guy. I'll tell you that.
So you were in the Slack today. You expressed a little bit of concern. We'll say. Is this something you still hold now?
Yeah, I do. It's something. It's more overarching. It's more than just tonight. It's more about sort of the philosophy that they're following and how it relates to some other teams and how they've built versus how other teams are built to last. And I hope they have something up on Sunday if I ever get time to sit down and write it out. But I'm not sold that they're following the best path to long-term success, and that it stems from just some of the choices that they've made, and maybe it's the fact that they have so far to go from where the roster shambles that they're left. But it's I would have made different choices, and I think history reflects that teams that have made those sorts of choices have wound up doing better than what the choices that the Lions have specifically made to do.
Yep. Well, so you're not necessarily concerned about what they're yet to do today.
No.
Okay.
Well, if they take an offensive lineman or a running back, I'm gonna run into the Lake Erie and just try to swim to Canada.
I can almost guarantee that's not going to happen. I will join you in Lake Erie, and it's a long run to get there, right?
It's only about 500 yards for me.
A long way to go in a short time to get there. Maybe I'll just stick with the Gulf. I'm going to die in the warmer water.
A little bit warmer. It's pretty darn cold up here still.
But yeah, I just don't see that happening. I really don't see running back or offensive line. I can't see him being that dumb.
I don't.
Not these guys.
I feel like the past couple regimes 100% would take a running back in round 2.
Yes,
because they did
absolutely.
Almost every time it feels like.
And round 5 too.
Yeah. Round 5, and we need more Aaron Browns in our life. I feel like.
And the round 5 guy
we need more Huntley.
Is completely redundant with the round 5 guy from the year before, and they're fighting for the same roster spot, and then they both get cut.
Yeah,
so they can find Jamal Agnew a spot on the roster, even though they don't like to use him in that spot because he's not good at it.
Can we maybe use our 5th rounder to pick for Philadelphia again? That seemed to be really, really well appreciated. That was a 5th rounder, right? Was Huntley a 5th or 6th? I forget. He was a 5th, right?
Yeah, one of my favorite things is giving up on draft picks, in
training camp.
when your roster is barren and you don't have any other wide receivers, you just give up on a rookie.
Yeah, brilliant.
Year 2 guy.
Yeah, smartest guys in the room, my friend.
So I'm looking now. I might be a little ahead of you guys. The pick is in for the Jets from where I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'm seeing the pick is in. I'm not seeing anyone coming out to announce it yet. I've got Billick on ESPN talking at me.
So we talked about it a little bit earlier, Jeff. Where would you like the Lions to go with this pick? You want a safety, a wide receiver?
Yes. Both. Find a guy who can play both ways. AC/DC.
Oh God, we're in lockstep, Riz. We can't be doing this.
Well, maybe we can find a Lombardi.
Safety is the biggest need on this team. Anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't understand what they're trying to do.
So let me ask you, because I mean, you were talking about it on Twitter, right? Elijah possibly falling down to the Lions, Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, or Morag, and I was like, I really like Morag. I'd love to see him show up here in the second round. What does the safety and wide receiver group look like? What are you going to be doing better? If you had choice of one of those two guys at 41, who do you pick knowing you have a better shot later in the draft?
You're going to get I would take the safety because I think the wide receivers and the pick's about to go here, and you'll hear where the wide receivers.
The New York Jets select future Pro Bowler Elijah Moore,
well,
wide receiver.
I think they answered that question for us.
Yeah.
Elijah Moore to the Jets. Good for them. That's
They're giving their franchise quarterback that they're desperately trying to groom into a franchise quarterback. They're giving him actual weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very smart thing to do.
Yeah. No, that's a good move. That is a good move. Look at him. He's good looking dude.
That's been like the name of the game this draft is like get weapons.
Yep. And there's one team that's bucking that trend. Who could that be?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No,
say no more. No, they'll be able to get a weapon or two tonight. I'm hopeful that they will get. Elijah Moore would have been great. There are other very good receivers available tonight, and I really hope that they dip the pen into that well. But they've got to get a safety tonight too.
Yeah.
They don't need offensive line. They don't need defensive line. They don't really need a linebacker. They could take one, but they don't necessarily have to have one, unless they're scrapping the idea that we've heard all along, which is that they're going to play 2 linebackers and 3 safeties. They have 3 linebackers right now who are NFL quality players. You can debate how good any of those guys are, but all 3 of them are better than any of the safeties that they currently have on the roster as they played in 2020.
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
And if they want to play 3, good luck.
Now, did you say Morag is the guy that you're after, or is there a different safety that you were?
Morag would be fine. Holland would be fine. Javon Holland from Oregon is a very good one. He's got a little bit better range. He's not quite the tackler that Morag is, so you're getting a little bit of a trade-off there. Morag is more capable of coming down into the box and playing the like lining up over a inline tight end and trying to carry him or chucking him or things like that. Where Holland is a little bit more of a high safety, even though Oregon played him out of position and played him in the box a lot.
Right.
He's a better, deeper safety.
Okay, now the missed tackles thing. I mean, Sandman, we're kind of used to seeing that. I mean, that kind of fits the mold, right? Wouldn't be mad with more.
I'll excuse a few missed tackles for a few interceptions.
Yes. So Andre Cisco is your guy.
All right, there we go. Let's see.
If you want the opposite of that, you get Divine Diablo, who's essentially Miles Killebrew with a little bit better ball skills.
Is he as good looking though? That's the real question.
That is the real
honest,
question.
Honest to God, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to guess not, because there's not many that are.
Yeah, guy's a stunner. The guy is a stunner. Where did he sign again? Out east somewhere?
I don't even know.
Killebrew? God,
everything's a blur, guys.
Yeah,
it is. This year was crazy.
Yep.
So the Denver traded up.
Yeah.
Let's see, how much sleep have I had in the last 5 days?
Did you say Schlitz?
About 12 hours in the last 5 days. So I'm fuming. So I noticed the last night, I listened to my call last night. Like, oh my God, I'm either like depressed or dead. And I would go for the there because I was completely dead on my feet. And then I get the email at 12:05. Hey, Brad Holmes is going to have a press conference in 5 minutes. Are you serious?
Yeah, I know. I saw when that was happening. I thought, ugh, the worst.
It's so nice to be asleep for that.
Steelers. Killebrew went to the Steelers.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good for him there.
All right.
So the Broncos traded up for the 35th with their 40th and a 4th round pick. And they also got a 6th.
I bet they take Davis Mills.
You think so, huh?
I do.
Okay.
That's somebody who's prominent in the Denver media indicated that they like Mills a lot.
Got it. All right.
We'll see. I don't know.
But where's Aaron Rodgers going to go?
Yeah. So,
I'm gonna love watching the people who are involved in that walk that back. That's going to be fascinating to see.
At what point? I mean, what time are we going to see that plunger go down for that thing to blow up? It's got to be happening soon, right? That thing's.
Let's hope so.
It's gonna when Rodgers goes, GM LaFleur, the whole thing is just gonna crumble afterward. Those owners aren't going to put up with that. All right, we got the pick coming for the Broncos. How you doing, Billy?
Okay.
He's doing okay.
The Atlanta Falcons have traded the 35th pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 35th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Javonte Williams.
There's your second round running back. Bob Quinn probably doing some consulting over there.
Yeah. I really like Javonte Williams. I'm a big balance guy when it comes to running backs. I was really high on Joique Bell when he came out. I was really high on Alex Collins. Both of them turned out to be, Collins had his moments, and Joique Bell obviously played well here. But, I really like guys with good balance that run through tackles. And Javonte Williams was on my short list of if somehow he made it to the third or fourth round where I wouldn't be as upset about drafting a running back. I wouldn't have been that mad about it.
Yeah, he's a good one. He runs like kind of like Javid Best. I don't think he's that explosively fast, but he's got that same kind of style to him. And to your point, Sam, man, dude has balance through contact. Kareem Hunt's another guy that's really good at that. Like people just bounce off of him, and he can maintain his focus and his drive. Williams has some tape on that, but again, it's a second round running back. I know we have a good one in Detroit. I know there's a good one in Cleveland where I'm at, but in general, that's probably not a good
idea. Oh, man. All right.
Yeah, when a running back works out, it's like a special thing. Your team has a running back that just crushes and makes life easy on everybody. But
Dolphins
most other running backs, it's you kind of find them late. They're similar to guards. Like generally speaking, I don't want to draft a guard very high.
No.
But, for every Lake and Tomlinson, there's a guy that doesn't pan out, Isn't
it sad that he's one of the good ones, too? Like Jonathan Cooper and the guy from Stanford who was here, Joshua Garnett.
Yeah. Wasn't there 3 guards taken in the first round that year?
Yeah. And
that was a wild year.
All of them basically stunk.
Yeah, Jonathan Cooper was hyped as a top 10 pick.
He was.
The Dolphins got their pick in pretty
that was
quick.
Fast.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll see. So I will acknowledge. I talked to Kyle Krabs today, our friend from Dolphins Wire and the Draft Network, and he told me what this pick was going to be. So I'm curious if he's right or not. I won't rat him out if he's who it is, but I'll just say if he told me yes or no.
I knew he's a musician. Isley Brothers. The dude in the black striped suit reminds me of Van Zant on the Sopranos, right?
Is that the Isley Brothers?
Yeah.
I was like, that kind of looks like the Isley Brothers, but I was like, that's too weird. That involved in the draft.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, no, I see. Okay.
Yeah. He's got the same kind of walk and like the. All right, here we go.
It's our new record. Yeah. Friends and family. Thank you so much. All right?
Yeah.
I don't know what they're talking
The new pick for the Miami Dolphins, Javon Holland.
Okay.
There he goes.
There's your safety.
Well, Krabs was right, by the way. He had that. Tough to you, pal.
Krabs is a smart cat. I like Krabs a lot.
I do too.
Yeah,
there's the first one off the board tonight that I had no thoughts that Elijah Moore would fall to 41.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that maybe Holland would. We'll see. But Morig's still out there, so my fingers and toes are both crossed.
So Morig's gone. Elijah's gone. Holland is gone. What do you do, Riz?
I take Morig.
No, I said he's gone. I said he's gone.
Are you thinking about Christian Barmore, if he's still around?
I don't know, because he was a popular projection for Cleveland, and I got feedback from people in Cleveland that like you probably want to look somewhere else on that pick. They're not interested, and I'm not sure the league is either. So I don't know about that. His tape says yes, but his position, his play demeanor, and the things I've heard about him, I would probably go in a different direction there.
Right.
So, I mean, Diami Brown, it's early for him, but he's really, really good. He's certainly somebody that I would look at. The wide receiver from North Carolina, he's a good one.
You're not a JOK guy?
I worry. So there's a couple things with him. First, he doesn't have a position. He is a safety in a linebacker's body,
right?
And he misses a lot of tackles. And I'll tell you what, as somebody who covers the team, I hate dealing with fans when they instantly give up on a guy. It happened with Taylor Decker. There's still fans that think he's terrible because he missed a block in his first game.
Yeah.
JOK is not a good tackler. Period. He's just not.
Sandman, we're used to that. He may fit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Riz.
I would hate to see fans turn on a guy so quickly because there are a lot of things that he's good at, but tackling ain't one of them.
Yep.
And Detroit does not handle those people very well. And so I would rather just avoid that whole problem.
All right. I see in the chat they're saying, Chris is saying that the Patriots were to go traded up with the Bengals.
Who knows what New England's doing?
Yeah.
They could be taking Barmore. He is a Matt Patricia kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
How is your fandom healed, Sandman, from where it was touched? Is it healing? I know it's a process.
I'm gonna need some wins. I'm gonna need to see some wins.
You're gonna have to eat some W's?
Yeah, we're gonna have to eat some W's. We're gonna have to see how the team reacts to the new coaching staff. I think so far so good. I'm still not entirely sold on this coaching staff just because everyone's new, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what we're gonna get. We can be excited about them. I don't think that anybody should have a problem being excited about what we saw. And Dan Campbell, he kind of has, I don't want to call it Caldwellism, but kind of where I can see people following him along, right? Like he's not going to have a problem leading men to where he wants them to go. So I'm excited about that. I am.
I'll tell you, I see that. I see exactly what you're saying, but I'll say I also see Schwartzism in him.
Oh yeah,
you know
he's
what I mean?
definitely way more fiery.
Yeah, no. And I don't see him. I see him with the leader of men and the smart kind of decision-y of Caldwell, but the fire and the ability to get people to where he wants them, in a exaggerated way, if you will, that you get from Schwartz. It could be a really good combo, and you're right. We have to see what they have. Love what Holmes is doing, and I mean, you think of what with the combo of Holmes and Spielman and salary cap guy I'm thinking Dalton Reisner. I don't know what. Disner. Thank you. Disner. This is what happens in my brain. It's all a big scrambled mess. If it rhymes, it's going. Those three guys have been killing it. I love what they've been doing it. Luke P, thanks. This is just a freak. Cat's out. It's working. It's working. I love what they've been doing up in the front office. From a coaching perspective, though, that remains to be seen, right?
We're gonna have to see what kind of decisions, how they use timeouts. I think
manage the game.
Caldwell always got a lot of flack for how he used timeouts and how he kind of ran his game.
Yep.
I never personally had a problem with it, but Patricia, real bad.
Thank you, Luke. All right, we've got picks in. We're doing the Goodell recliner hug and shake.
Look at Mike Golick up there. He looks great.
Yeah, he does. He's not moving like he used to.
Wow, look at him.
But, all right, let's see.
Keep going. I was going to sing.
He's going to sing.
Always great to come back to my home.
You feeling it, Riz? Did you get the goosebumps?
All right, now for the Philadelphia Eagles, after a fantastic move in the first round to move up to get Devontae Davis, they've got another great pick here.
Smith, buddy.
So with the 37th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select a guard from Alabama, Landon Dickerson.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was very animated.
I wonder what EDP's up to right now.
He needs some Delta 8.
Yeah.
Needs the chill line.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They have Chill Extreme, don't forget. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Anxiety, pain, and insomnia. I forgot of the anxiety yesterday because I was so excited. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com.
I'm suffering from. I
know.
Some.
So don't do the Delta 8 though, Riz, because I know you're a real clean living guy.
Yes, I am.
And the Delta 8 will trip a drug test, that kind of stuff, and it gives you a real buzz. The other stuff, you don't feel it, you don't know it. It's straight from the hemp plant, right? It's all natural. It doesn't trip a drug test, doesn't give you a buzz, but it does take care of the pain, anxiety, and insomnia, those things that you're I'm going to send you some. And you give it a shot and let me know if you're gonna eat it. I don't want to.
I will eat it. I will eat it. I'm not straight edge. I drink beer.
You drink a lot of beer and all kinds of beers.
You see Landon Dickerson's home cam? He was just sitting on the couch straight faced, all his family standing up clapping. He's just in the living room, just sitting down, not making a face, not doing anything, arms crossed.
It's like a 50 Cent move, right? In a video. The party's all going on around him. He's just
turns out he's probably allergic to cheesesteak or something, you know?
Maybe he doesn't want to get up and tear another knee ligament. I mean, dude has...
He's got to sign the contract first. It's like when you leave the hospital, they make you leave in a wheelchair.
Wow.
He's going to roll in.
I can tell you, I know this firsthand. Both the teams I cover actually medically red flagged Landon Dickerson. He was not ever on the board for the Browns or the Lions for his 4 torn ACLs in 5 years.
Is that important for offensive linemen?
No.
To have knees?
It just might be.
No. As a matter of fact,
apparently not in Philly.
So you're telling me the knee braces they wear in college aren't working? Pick is in for the Patriots.
Them up a little bit more. Yeah.
Cinch them down. They're going to be.
Not every prophylactic works.
And here we are. All right, let's see. Patriots. They didn't even pick a fan. They didn't even pick a fan.
The Cincinnati Bengals
have
traded the
38th
pick to the New England Patriots.
This is moving
with the
tonight.
38th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Barmore.
There you go.
Defensive tackle, Alabama.
There you go. 2 Alabama boys in a row.
We're getting a lot of guys off the board that I'm not super interested in anyway.
Yep.
Yes.
We're moving on up. I'm enjoying this so far.
Yep. This is really good. My cat is like on high alert right now. I'm worried he's going to tear off my leg. Oh, man. A lot of good calls, Riz. Let's give Riz the...
There you go.
Yeah. And that's a very, very New England pick.
Yes, it is.
A guy that's slightly undersized but has the quickness, has the strength to... Like, he played in a position that maybe he shouldn't have played, but still kind of excelled at it sometimes. Interesting.
Yeah. Pick is in the Bears. The Bears.
What, they done moved up again?
Yeah, and they get their pick in.
This was Carolina's pick, I believe.
It's all confusing. This is Carolina's.
Yeah, what? They're not going to have any picks for the next 4 years.
and they're not going to have a defense anymore, but they got their quarterback.
It's a bold strategy, though. When everybody else is trying to sell, you can buy, and that appears to be what they're doing. I don't know if it's going to work, but
well, they're not there to pay the price when they're out of work for their poor decision making.
Exactly. If it doesn't work, they're not going to be there anyways.
Right.
Might as well. That's an ownership issue. That's
wow. They traded their 3rd and their 6th.
Wow.
To move up.
What did they trade?
They're a 3rd round pick and their 6th round pick.
Wow.
The Bears are really not worried about getting rid of picks. They picked up a 5th, but,
Wow.
I'm kind of glad my team's never been a buyer like this because it just freaks me out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it should freak me out, but it kind of does.
Yeah, I think next year, I don't. You know what? I was going to say next year I think they might be, but actually, if I think that Holmes has picked up anything from his time with the Rams at all, he's just a perpetual seller, right? We're gonna have 2 first-round picks, and we're gonna turn them into like 17 second and third round picks, right? I mean, it feels like that's where he's at. All right, here we go.
Good to see you, Bear Down.
Bear down, yeah. Bear down
The
on
Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Chicago Bears. With the 39th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Tevin Jenkins, tackle, Oklahoma State.
He's a run blocker.
He traded up for a tackle. Okay.
He's one of the guys that was widely projected to go last night. And remember, I was talking about guys fall for a reason. I think the Bears are ignoring that right at the moment.
That's not Bears-like at all. What do you mean?
And that's about all I can say about that.
Wow.
When you look up Bears in the dictionary, due diligence is what pops up.
This is just an interesting. I mean, it's not even really a strategy. I mean,
so he was mocked to them at 20 a lot. So the linking was correct. So I get that. I have heard that they've been linked to him for quite some time. Mm-hmm. He's a right tackle. I don't think he can play left tackle. He's one of those guys that he's got some good tape and he's got some tape, and it'll be interesting to see which one they get from him. If you watch his game against Texas, he beat the snot out of Joseph Osai, who's going to come off the board very, very soon, for all but like 5 plays of that game. But those 5 plays were like Osai's career highlights.
Right.
It's very boomer bust.
So Falcons pick is in. This is interesting, though. I mean, if you're a Bears fan right now, you're probably rationalizing this by saying, we're finally taking care of the offense. This is it. This is what's going to push us over the top. And they do probably have about a 2-year window with which to try to pull this all together and make this work. I'm trying to see the upside for Bears folks, right? Not that I probably ought to, but God, this is weird. This is weird.
All right. So,
Greg,
I'm in a different chat. Let me look at that chat and see what they have on this.
Yep, I'm gonna Greg in the chat. Ryan Pace is doing what we're all glad Bob Quinn didn't do last year. He's mortgaging the future to try and save his job. Absolutely, Greg, 100%. And he mortgaged the future by making bad picks. Is how he did it. He didn't sell them, but whatever, or buy them. All right, pick is in Atlanta.
This is going to be defensive tackle. I just don't know which one. I wonder if it's Milton Williams. That's would be cool.
Who I was just thinking. I had Milton going to the Bengals. The Bengals. The Bengals.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Gotta get
Lions
the
are
coming up next.
The pick is
Bears box.
For Atlanta.
We've got a Marine Corps commercial, so it won't be in for just a second still.
Oh.
Doom, 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 doom. All right. So you guys, we will take calls after we're done with Les Riz here.
All right.
Okay, they're calling.
I know who the Lions. I know who the Lions are taking. It was just Tip.
What did you say?
Yep.
Let them know they're our heroes. Let's go.
They're heroes. Who are they? There's his crack man.
USA.
Jeez.
Goodell. It's just always so bad.
Okay, with the 40th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Richie Grant, defensive back, UCF.
All right.
Wow.
Central Florida making a show. Okay, Riz, what did you get on your side?
We're not going to like this pick in general. I'm just going to say it now.
Uh-oh.
One of those.
You gonna predict it? You gonna put it out there?
It will be a defensive tackle, which is not necessarily a position of need. Yeah, it's somebody that Penei Sewell would have played against.
I'm looking at my list here, trying to do some math. Oh, no. Does he named after a pair of jeans?
Yes, he is.
Oh, Jesus. You're right. I'm not gonna like this.
Oh boy.
All right. Here it goes. Here it goes. The whole house is going to be on fire.
Burn it down.
The whole house is going to be on fire. Oh my God. That's feels like a real reach for.
This is I'm going to wait for it to come in, but this is 2 years ago Lions draft pick.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. See, even Mel's telling you. Mel's best available says no jeans. Not even in the top 6. All right, we got this. Wow, Carmine says he kept getting him in the mock simulators at this pick.
Yeah, they don't need them. So this could portend that somebody is moving on, maybe.
But we have players that have moved on.
Yeah,
he's not. I'm not saying he's a bad player, right?
He's diet Danny Shelton.
Yeah,
and I don't think Lions fans liked Danny Shelton very much.
Nope.
I just think this is a reach and not a position of need. It's inexplicable if this is where we wind up. I can't justify it. You know what I mean? Okay. Riz is just yanking my chain. This is all
Mike Hodges in the chat wants Riz to tell us what the strategy is that he hates. He wants it out in the open.
They're following it now too.
We're seeing it live.
Oh man, I don't hate jeans. I do. I wear athletic shorts all the time thanks to the pandemic.
I gotta look up where he was on my big board.
And now that I have my new job that's fully remote, I will never wear jeans until I have to go in, like fly in and go to the office one week a year.
I wear pants a whole heck of a lot bit less than I used to.
They're overrated. It's a waste. It's an economic or ecological travesty what we do making jeans instead of just wearing shorts.
All right, so I am a hypocrite. He is number 40 overall on my board. I do like him. I just don't like him for Detroit.
Yeah. See, I don't think he's a bad player.
He's not a reach as far as a talent. He's a reach as far as positional value for this particular team.
Yeah.
You know what kills me every year?
A lot of the other players on the board.
Bad positional value. I hate positional value. That's bad. Kills me.
And that's the strategy,
year,
Mike.
I yell about this.
That's the strategy that is we're talking about. Terrible positional value. Oh my God. Oh, UFC's tomorrow. I wonder if it's going to be the draft and then UFC. Oh, boy, what a day that would be. That would be a sportsgasm.
So if you want to watch good tape of this, you got to go back to 2019.
That's always good.
Yeah. Well, he opted out too.
Yeah, that's true.
He killed Stanford.
Here's the thing. If I see the reaction, if this is the pick, and I see it's weird that the commercials are before this for the Lions. It's never how it works. But if I see the reaction in the draft room and it's as robust and crazy as it was yesterday, I'm going to start to feel it's a little disingenuous. You know what I mean?
Maybe they'll just replay what happened yesterday.
Maybe they are authentically that excited, right? If that's what happens, but I just can't see that this is the thing to be excited about. If this is the pick, let's see what we get here. Where's old Stiffy Legs? Here he is. Peg leg
It's
Goodell.
official.
With the 41st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Levi Onwuzurike, defensive tackle, Washington.
Another easy name to spell and say, Chris.
Yeah.
Onwuzurike. I'm fine. Give me. I'm not fine.
I just don't know how I feel about a run first defensive tackle early.
Yeah.
He'll get in the backfield, but he's not getting sacks. He's not causing quarterback pressure. He's
He's got a wicked club move. And again, you'll see that if you watch the Stanford game. He can really do something with that. He's so I'm watching the clips now. I'm watching the ABC feed, and in every single one of them, he's up too high, like right away.
Right.
And I did actually have that in my notes too. He's very quick though. He has a stutter step from side to side, sort of rocking the tackle or the guard to sleep. He's really good at that, and he does finish what he starts. I don't dislike the player. I don't get the value here for Detroit at all. I really don't.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole draft for need, whatever. I don't know, but you've got achy. I mean, I've got an achy pair, right, at wide receiver and safety. I just don't know, man. I just don't know.
Yeah, it's always hard taking a guy that's gonna, play 33% of your snaps versus a guy that could potentially play 190.
Right. And we all generally like John Pennicini from last year. He's going to take some of those snaps. He's also taking snaps away from Nick Williams, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But this could also mean the end of Deshaun Hand, who also projects into that exact same spot. And Michael Brockers also projects into that exact same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many 5 techs does a team need?
Yeah.
5.
3 to 5. That's what those guys are.
We'll play 2 9s and 2 5s. It'll be fine.
Yeah. And by the way, that's where Trey Flowers is at his best too, is playing the 4i.
Liam Eichenberg went to the Dolphins.
Loaded a position of strength again.
The second round is our curse. Yes, Mike Hodges. It is absolutely our new curse.
I'm gonna go get my my Ryan Broyles jersey, my Kel LaShore jersey, my
Louis Delmas. I love Louis Delmas.
The missile. Louis Delmas
Young jersey
injured more Lions than opposing players, though. That was the problem with Louis Delmas. The unguided missile.
Yeah, I wonder, just thinking out loud here before and I'm going to have to go because I got to get some work done on it.
Yep.
Two thoughts on it is that I wonder who's going to be sent off the roster, and I would guess Hand is probably done, and possibly Nick Williams as well. And the other thing is that they've got to address weaponry prominently late for the rest of this draft.
Yeah,
because they have built through the trenches. You know how we talked about when Patricia trying to win the AFC East in 1995?
Yeah.
Well, now we're trying to win the NFC Central back in 1988, and I'm not sure that that's the best way to play.
Yeah. No. I mean, you need.
There it is, Mike Hodges.
You need, you need an edge. You need a safety. You need wide receivers, and like they can start right now. And that's the kind of thing you look at with your second round pick. This is, I don't want to say it's a luxury pick, right? But it's just not. This is not.
Yeah, again, he's a good player. I don't want that to be misconstrued. He's a talented player, and he does make the team better. It's just not in an area where they necessarily needed to get better. It's an
incremental improvement versus a marked improvement, right? I mean, it's in the second round, you have an opportunity to make a big difference on the field. This is a small improvement, and that's why the pick is not great. That's why it's not a great pick. because it didn't have the impact on the team that it certainly could have and should have.
All right, guys, I got to go. I might buzz in later. We'll see.
All right, brother.
I'll let you know.
All right, happy writing.
Yeah, and like Jeff said, I don't hate this pick because the player is bad. I think it's hard to like a pick like you were saying, that on a team that needs so much help, to spend that pick on something that we don't necessarily need right away. We have guys that already play that role.
It really is. It's like, okay, you have an opportunity, right? You're at this level, and you're going to get this guy, and you're going to go up this much. Versus you could get somebody who's just as valuable and not a reach or anything like that, and you can improve your team this much, right? There's a difference. When we chose to do this much, good player, that's great. We've improved at the tackle position overall, that's great. But we've got our edge is a mess, right? Our linebackers, I don't even want to talk about it because they are what they are. We don't have a number 1 or a number 2 wide receiver, and while the old saying, if you score 100 points, you might win the game. If your opponent doesn't score any, you can't lose. But if we don't score any, we can't win either, right? And that's kind of where I'm at. So I don't know. Oh, Kevin's coming in to save the cats fund. And off he goes. This pick feels like a full admission that we're going to suck this year. We had no future at DT despite 2021 being passable. Okay, so this is an interesting and probably,
it's probably true.
Take. Yeah. This is truly thinking about beyond 2021 and building the team for something. And again, we probably expect the Lions to be drafting around the same spot next year. When you were talking about wanting wins, the thing that kind of, I was going to come back with you, and then Riz popped in. Wins, obviously important. What if this team, Sandman, gets the same number of wins year over year, maybe one more, right? But everything about the team and the games is more fun. Is that an okay enough improvement for you?
The game has to be more fun. I think that's it just has to happen. Even last year, the offense was fun again. So we had, we were able to. It was more grin and bearable.
Raiders.
Get the Vegas.
With the 43rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trayvon Merrick, defensive back.
There we go.
TCU.
There you go. All right.
And this team could be fun, and honestly. I think that's where Patricia touched my fandom the hardest, was that not only were we a bad football team, but we were the most boring damn football team on the planet. There was no enjoyment watching the Lions play.
Yeah.
We didn't have anybody like, oh, well, let's see how this one player does. Like, nah, that didn't exist. It was dead. I think, drafting for the future is not a bad move at this time. It's just hard to, a little excitement goes a long way. And that we've said it once and we'll continue to say it, I think. This team is just so devoid of talent that, I guess we'll have to see how what happens with the rest of the draft, and hope we get a couple guys that can speed up the offense and can give us, something a little different than 3 and outs and run stopping defensive linemen.
Yeah. No. And so Levi, I got to say, hey, Levi, he's been around since forever. Lives out in San Fran, Lions fan. His wife's a San Fran fan. And he's always had great stories. Been a lot of fun on the show calling in. He gives this pick an A+. He's okay with it because the trenches are still important. I don't disagree, Levi. And this is the kind of pick, and I think this lends itself to what you were just saying, Sandman. This is the kind of a pick that is a rebuild versus a retool pick. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we said retool, but this says this year is, like you said, this year isn't going to be a spectacular year. Cowboys pick is in. Coming up to make the call here. Oh. Gave her his hat. What a dude. What a dude.
Thank you. Thank you. I am honored to be here to represent the Dallas Cowboys, to have this opportunity to announce
Glad to have you, Drew.
the 44th pick in the second round. I'm also honored to be here in Cleveland, Ohio, home of one of the all-time greatest franchises in NFL football history. And I stand here tonight on the shoulders of many great Cleveland Brown football players like Jim Brown, Leroy Kelly, Bobby Mitchell, Gene Hickerson, John Woolen, Gary Collins, Dr. Frank Ryan, and the great number 42,
I feel like he's done this before.
Paul Warfield.
He's ready for UFC. He's going to be calling. He's going to take...
As a kid growing up, the Cleveland Browns were one of my favorite franchises, favorite teams I supported. However, on behalf of the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys, Hall of Fame owner Mr. Jerry Jones, Miss Jean Jones and the Jones family, head coach.
This is a prize fight open, man. I'm telling you.
All those players that played before me, with me, and after me. And of course, to Cowboy Nation, with the second pick in the 44th round, 44th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Kentucky, Kelvin Joseph.
All right.
All right.
Kelvin Joseph. Oh man, drink some more. Where's that Kool-Aid, Ken? Ken, this is that whole Lions thing during draft day. It's this. This is not Jelani Tavai. Let me just say this is not a Jelani Tavai pick. So don't take it like the reaction that way. This is just the hope for 2021 kind of getting tamped down a little bit. That's really what this is. I'll take a call here really quick. Hey, caller, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Chris, it's you.
What up?
All right. What do you got for us, Chris?
So I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about Levi here.
Mm-hmm.
The guy the Lions just took. And I'll tell you what, he is one of my favorite players in this class that was available today. I really, really like the kid. He's a really nice, strong kid. Very, very athletic. He kind of has like that same kind of Sewell vibe to him. You know how Sewell's like got like that like really sneaky kind of athleticism for someone who's that size.
Yeah.
Levi's kind of got that same kind of feeling to him. Someone who's going to be elite one-gap penetrator. Burst is off the charts for someone of his size and his strength. So I really like the athleticism, size, strength combo there. Kind of one of those unicorns. I thought he was going to be one of the first, if not the first, defensive tackles off the board. Very, very, very exciting pick for us in terms of building that line. Him next to Michael Brockers.
Hold on one second.
Coming in.
We're going to get the Jaguars pick here. Hold on.
With the 45th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Walker Little, tackle, Stanford.
There you go. Okay. No, so yeah, and this is it's kind of hard to articulate, right? What we just picked is a guy who's good and he's going to knock somebody off the roster. But we have a roster where we could have picked guys and they'd be right just fine at 41 that would actually fill a gaping hole on the roster. Do you know what I mean? That's where the kind of frustration is, because it's an incremental change versus a wholesale change. And we need wholesale change because this roster is so bad.
Yeah, but so Holmes made very clear yesterday and even pre-draft that he was going to take the best player available on the board. And Levi is absolutely that guy. There's an argument there for Trayvon Moehrig, I would say, who I think just went a couple picks ago.
Yeah, right. I think it was the pick right after, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it might have been two or
two
three.
Picks.
But,
okay.
So you can maybe make the argument that a guy like Moehrig would be better, but this is a guy who is also going to get in there and he's going to bite some kneecaps off. That literally. He's going to be one of those guys that's aggressive, that's physical, that's violent, that gets after the pass rusher, that defends the run. He's going to be a guy who's going to be able to be a rotational piece for us and across the line. And the other thing, too, that I think that this kind of indicates to us is that this is going to be a team that prioritizes pass rush maybe a little bit more than the past regime did. Because if this were Bob Quinn, I would say that was probably going to be a cover guy, a corner or safety. But what this pick indicates to me is this is a regime and staff that's going to want to build the offensive line, build the defensive line, and win games in the trenches with physical violence, aggressiveness, and just beating people up and winning games through that. Rather than being all necessarily technically refined and sound and polished and everything like that. It's another really high upside pick.
All right, really quick, we're going to get to the announcement from Goodell for the Bengals.
Really
Their
moving
pick
now.
is in. Yeah, things are moving. People know who they want.
The NFL's Inspire Change initiative showcases how the NFL family works together.
Got to get a commercial in.
Barriers to
Okay,
opportunity
we're getting love for Chris for the extra Kool-Aid that he's brought. Thanks, Chris Robinson, back on the Kool-Aid now. Levi rocks.
Is a graduate of
Again,
Mortar.
I don't disagree.
Supported by the Bengals' local Inspire Change
It's just the amount of impact and then the realization that 2021 really is going to be.
From
all right.
there, Means built his own successful business, Black-owned, and is using his growing business to create a brand that transcends race, generation, and location. Congratulations, Means. Please do us the honor of announcing your Cincinnati Bengals pick. I got you. Come on, bud. You come with me.
Oh, great. Goodell abducts children now.
Wow. Cincinnati, it's our year. Black-owned boys in the building. Who they? And with the 46th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jackson Carman, tackle, Clemson.
Here are all the tackles. They're all
There
going.
you go. There you go. All right. Matt Hughesian, I'm going to try. I hope I didn't hurt that. This team has sorely lacked an interior pass rush really since Sue left, if Levi hits the values each. And that is a great point. The interior pass rush has been terrible. What about the edge piece? I mean, I feel like we were a piece away from really having what we need on the edge. Again, God.
It's all, and it's hard to describe. You're right, Chris, because it's more about positional value of where we are. Do I think that he's bad? No. Do I think he's going to help our team? Yes. Do I think he's better than the other 5 techs we have right now? Yes. Do I think his value's high?
To the team, right? To the team.
Yeah.
Woo!
So he is okay. So in terms of we'll start with the edge rush point. I think them bringing back Romeo kind of solidified that spot because I mean Trey has shown pretty consistently that he can be a top 10, 15 edge guy when he's healthy in the league. So I think what we saw is when they decided to bring back Romeo, that they kind of decided to keep that edge core together a little bit. And they're going to supplement that by trying to draw a guy inside. So we saw the trade for Brockers, who was going to help with that and drawing attention a bit away from Trey. And then now we're seeing Levi come in now too. And he's also going to be the same kind of thing. He's going to be one of those guys who's going to make sure that he gets a little bit of attention on him. So I think that the plan here is to kind of be, and this is a very Rams type of pick. The Rams have pretty consistently valued defensive tackle Holmes the entire time there. And so I think that that's kind of what they're going for here is building that Rams style of defense. And the secondary play is going to end up coming down the line. Linebacker, not really high value position here, especially with the depth of the class right now. So I think what they tried to do is they took the best player available, who's not necessarily going to be a huge cover focus driven guy, who's going to be able to help out both the run and the pass game, which is something that I think is going to be pretty critical to this regime at the beginning, at the foundational level, is making sure that we solidify not just stopping the pass, but also stopping the run, and making sure that we kind of get that solidified a little bit there.
All right. Hey, Chris, I appreciate that, and we'll talk. I think you and the chat are helping me come around a little bit more. Okay, but it's going to take a little bit of processing on this one, because this is definitely not what I would have picked. Again, not a bad player, but I think the team could have. You take best player available. I'm totally down with that. It's just that there's so many gaping holes where there are guys that I think were as equally best player available, if you will, that we could have made a bigger impact on the team. So not a bad player, not a bad pick, just a roster so devoid of talent that I think we could have had a bigger impact elsewhere. So I think that probably kind of talks to where we're at. But we're going to let you go, brother. Thank you so much for calling. Thank you for helping bringing some context to it.
No, needed some of that.
I'll talk to you guys again. I'll talk to you guys again later tonight after 77 or whatever our next
yeah, let's do it.
All right, brother. Let's see. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be clear. I'm not down on this pick the way that I was down on the Tavai pick, or that we're not in the same category here. I don't even know if I'm down on the pick of the player himself.
It's just unexpected.
Yeah.
I think that's the first big piece of it, that it was for me that it was so unexpected to go defensive tackle here.
And people in the chat are right. We need everything.
Yeah.
Take the guy that you think is the best pick in that time frame. And I guess we don't know. And that's part of the hard part of having a brand new regime, right? We don't know what Brad Holmes is going to do. We don't know. It's hard to predict. It's hard to even have an inkling. So
Dominic makes a great point in the chat. Let's not forget Holmes is a stud at picking mid-late round contributors. That's absolutely true. He's not used to picking in the first round. Oh, I'm missing a pick right now. Sorry. Hold on. We'll see if we can get it. Come on, Hank.
But it's time to bolt up.
Okay.
With the 47th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Asante Samuel Jr., DB, Florida State.
There you go. All right, man. Boomers even talk with ellipses. I have to go back and say, William Myers, thank you so much for the super chat, brother. That was really, really cool. He's missed most of it. How badly are we in need of more defense? Safety is a huge need. I think edge. We need a player, a good starter on edge, and we probably need a linebacker upgrade along the way. I'd put linebacker and defensive tackle kind of together as to where I think the need was to upgrade those positions, right? I think linebacker ahead of defensive tackle a little bit too, but later in the draft is where I would have put them, just because of the holes earlier. Levi's going to make a big difference. Let's be honest. Our tackles have really sucked, right? We've had no pressure inside. I mean,
yeah, that was all by design.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we've just not seen anything, and I forget who it was, and I apologize. Since Sue, right? The Sue and Fairley combo were pretty good, even as lazy as Fairley was. That was a pretty good combo up the middle, and then that freed up the edge guys to do a lot of work, right? So maybe this is the play that helps the existing edge guys get loose a little better, right? Because it's who are you going to double team? It's always, that's the question when you're putting offense against defense, and maybe this gives it something else to twist things around. Maybe that's the play here, that it has a bigger effect than just on the tackle position. Maybe it's an upgrade across the line that helps them in their scheme generate more pressure. Like you said, it was kind of by design that they didn't have pressure, but I don't necessarily think that was the case, really. I think that they could generate pressure when they wanted to, even, and it was a really, really bad save.
Well, I definitely think they built their roster around stopping the run. And then when they needed to pass rush, those guys they couldn't do it.
Right.
You know, and I think our roster still is like that. We don't really have any interior pass rush. I think, you know, what we have here with Levi is, you know, a guy that can get off the ball quickly and he can make disruption plays. You know, like I said, I don't remember when I watched his tape, I don't remember seeing pass rush moves per se.
Right.
Like, you know, Jeff said he's got a real good club move. But he's disruptive.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what their plan of attack is for, like, what do they want out of the line? What do they expect? You know, we still don't know what the defense is going to look like. We don't know what the offense is going to look like. You know, we're still kind of in the dark, you know, and that these picks and these drafts are much easier when you say, well, we know what kind of draft they're running. They pick a guy and you can say, okay, I know why they did that.
Yep.
We needed a guy that could be a little bit more disruptive up front because we didn't have that, or whatever. And right now we're all kind of in the dark and we're all kind of saying, well, this is what they said they're going to do. This is what we think they're going to do.
And it's almost
all
like
we do is, you know, we can see who they pick.
And you feel like you saw Sewell, right? Which is a great pick. It's a great pick. Not sexy. You want that sexy pick now. Right, you want somebody that you're going to see. You want the guy that's going to have the highlight reel, that's going to catch the ball, that's going to intercept the ball, it's going to do something for you, right? That's what you're expecting, and then you get that, and you don't get that. Now we got to sit back a little bit, right, and look at this because again, this whole draft is what's going to really do a definition on Holmes and team going forward. This is the second round. This is a pick that may turn out to be just amazing for the team. You know, in the context of everybody else we get, it could completely change your mind. We saw that happen in drafts before where, we didn't like that pick, and then all of a sudden a couple other picks came in. It's like, oh, it totally makes sense. Now I get the story. Now I get what the team is doing or shooting for. They didn't do it well. It didn't work, but at least you saw what they were doing, and it made sense. It wasn't something out of the blue. This feels a little bit out of the blue. Let's see what Goodell has to say about the 49ers.
With the 48th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Banks, guard, Notre Dame.
Huge.
Man.
That's a big guy.
Yeah. All kinds, just a big run on linemen here.
Yeah, there really has been. We've had a ton of tackles, a couple guards now.
Yep.
Skill positions are falling down a little bit here.
Yep.
So,
right, which is again, maybe, and this could be a stretch, Sandman. So you can correct me if I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. Maybe Holmes and company are smarter than we are.
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. Because look, the league just seems to be doing what the league's doing here. So, all right, let's see what else we got going on.
I'm reading what Levi said during his opening presser. My favorite thing about football is fucking other people up, fucking up other offenses and their schemes, and fucking up other people's day. That's a kneecap biter.
No, that's not a Dan Campbell guy. That is not a Dan Campbell guy. JOK has not been picked.
We can say that taking guys like that is not a Quinn guy. That's not a Patricia guy. That's a hybrid Jim Schwartz guy.
Right.
That's a Kyle Vanden Bosch.
Yes.
Somebody get him to Dr. Ramani and get him some red eye contacts.
So let's talk about JOK, why he hasn't been picked. He is tumbling down the board, and a lot of people talked about him going first round. What did you do to this man?
I think Jeff hit on it pretty good, that he's one of those tweener guys. And I think the NFL, we're kind of watching it. Maybe they've learned their lesson about tweener guys. We would see, is he a defensive end? Is he a linebacker? It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out when he gets here. Is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? We'll figure it out when he gets here. And then we get Jabril Peppers.
Yeah.
30 yards off the line of scrimmage. And then we get, all sorts of weird picks like that. I think the NFL might be smartening up a little bit in that if you don't have a firm plan for a guy, or if a guy doesn't have a specific position, it's a risky move to draft him because you really don't know what you have until he's there.
But then Pitts breaks that, right?
Yeah.
Because
I think offensively it's easier.
Yeah. He's got two positions. I mean, defensively, you want a guy that can do his job. Offensively, multiple is really the better play than it is on defense, right? Yep, that's there true. It is in the Slack. That quote that you just came up. The end of that quote is the best. I like pushing it back 2-3 yards and just making them feel like shit.
Hey Chris, that's a nice hat. Loretto's saying, where do you get a hat like that?
Well, Loretto, I'm so glad you asked. Fanatics.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Fanatics.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. It is the best Detroit Lions hat I think out there. It's my favorite ever. It really is. It's trucker style, fitted and snapback, however you want. Head over to Fanatics.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. It'll send you straight to the official Fanatics Lions store, who does all the NFL stuff. But they it's a little cookie and lets them know that we sent you. So this Levi guy is about to get you demonetized. You're right. We gotta quit reading his quotes. Kevin, thank you. Oh man, Levi, this Levi guy. All right, I'm coming around, Sandman. I am as this is one of those things. Yep, they got us. Content not suitable for most advertisers. Thanks, Levi. Damn you. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, this is the thing though. This is an unexpected pick. It takes time to process some of these things, right? The thing you'll find with Riz and Sandman and I is we're not gonna react and create a meme out of it. We're not gonna do this whole reaction as a way to generate, buzz or whatever. It's genuine, right? And our thinking will evolve. I think as this draft goes on and we see things happen, it may evolve. This pick in some ways makes sense. Again, I still am mentally stuck at the defensive tackle position is not one of the most doesn't have the biggest impact for what we could go. This could be a great player. This could be a great move. We'll see how it all plays out, and we'll go from there. There we go. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. Don't despair, Chris and Lions fans. There are a lot of great players still on the board. Levi can help us in FL Norris division to get some really good running backs. Yeah, that's actually true too. And if you think about Jones in Green Bay, he's still there, whether Rodgers is or not. He's a heck of a running back. Mm-hmm. You think about Dalvin Cook in Minnesota, great running back. Chicago, who knows what they're going to have going on? Who do they have? Is it Montgomery?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good running back. So there's definitely, in that case, there is a need there. Okay. Go. There you go.
I mean, like people said, we have needs everywhere.
Yeah.
Can't pick every defensive player at once. But yeah.
There you go. And by the time we're, in year 2, after next year's draft and really starting to make our moves, this goes, I'm kind of putting this together with what I said yesterday about how the team is set up with the Cowboys when Jimmy Johnson took over that first year. I forget, it was like 3 wins they had or something, or 1 win or something. It was just horrific, right? Next year they were 8-8 or 9-7 or something like that, and then the year after they were making the runs at the Super Bowl. This is going to be that year 1. I don't know we're going to do better than 1 win, but this is just going to be that first year. Lions are going to draft early again next year. We know it. This is the kind of player that when you have that, that slew of picks we have next year, right? What do we have this year? 6 picks total. Mm-hmm. When you have that slew of high picks next year and you make that big jump forward, boy, this is a guy that is going to anchor that defensive line, right? So this is definitely the long game. This is definitely the long game at play.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes against what they initially said, which, to be honest, retool versus rebuild can kind of be taken a bunch of different ways. But, I think we can all agree that we're full rebuild. They're not trying to turn this baby around quickly. They're not trying to get anything moving fast. I think they know that they have time. I think they talked to Sheila and she understands that where we are, you know. And even, to be honest, Dan Campbell, when he came in, he wasn't that bashful about saying, hey, this team's kind of trash. Hey, we have a bunch of dudes that don't play very hard here. You know, he really didn't hold back when saying that, you know, that, hey, I think the other coaching staff really diminished the talent on this team.
And they absolutely did, yeah.
You know, I think they knew what they were doing when they took this over. You know, they didn't have an idea of we're going to be playoff bound in 2 years. You know, I think that this is, as sad as it is to say, I think this is probably closer to a 2009 than it is to like a 2014, 2015.
Right.
You know, but we'll see. Like I said, this draft, we're gonna have to look at this draft as a whole, because there's no way that we know exactly what they're doing yet. We're gonna have to look at the draft as a whole and then see how they fit everything in.
I'm gonna mess his name up, but Dan Miller had a tweet. This is absolutely fabulous. This is one of the reasons why I love Dan, because he's so good at this. Nightmare scenario is Onwuzurike covers a fumble and laterals to Onwuzurike. I will take one for the team, though. I'm with you, Dan. I am so with you. I can't even read it straight. Oh man, that was good. Thanks for pointing that out, Kevin. That was a good one. Select. Dan Miller rocks, man. All right. So where are we? Giants pick is in number 50. Gosh, it's flying tonight.
We are moving, which is good.
Yeah, I like that. A lot of action.
You know, somebody in chat mentioned it earlier. Like, we need to go back old school. Just do all 7 rounds in one day. Just get this thing over with.
Ooh, that would be tough. Lions pick again at number 72, and then again at 102 with the Rams pick towards the end of the night. So I'm thinking about what pick 102. We'll start drinking for dollars, maybe a little before. We'll see how that goes. It's always so popular. All right, let's get a draft pick from the Giants coming up here. Plexico Burris.
With the 50th.
Limping up with
the 50th
Darius
pick
Slayton.
in the
Here we
2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Azeez Ojulari.
It's a good pick.
Linebacker, Georgia.
Georgia's having a hot night, man.
Yeah.
Or a hot draft so far. It's on their defensive side. Looking good for them.
Good for them. Yeah, I've heard some of their sister school there in they're in Atlanta, right? Georgia's in Atlanta, right? Are they in like Fulton or something? I don't know. But Georgia Tech, their program is in a lot of trouble right now. just so you know, it's I mean, it's never been, you know, world beaters, but boy, there's a lot of crazy going on inside there. We'll see. I might know I may know a punter for UCF who came from Georgia Tech. All right, let's see. Lions picked Brandon. Just so you know, did you guys get it in the? They didn't get in the chat. They picked Levi. God, say the name. Say the name.
I can't do it.
Okay. It is Levi Onwuzurike, I think.
Ooh, that was good.
Was that good?
I think you did it.
Okay. And we've got Onwuzurike as well on the team. Oh, it's always so hard. Okay. Yeah, his press conference, I get it. I get it now why they picked him. It does help me feel a heck of a lot better about this guy. And for both Sewell, I want to try it again, Onwuzurike, these are locker room guys, right? These are locker room kind of anchor guys that are good for the team. It's starting to make more and more sense. I'm with you guys. The Kool-Aid's coming. It's okay. We got you. This will be all right.
Pick 102. The Kool-Aid's really going to be flowing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What do we got going on here? Can't quite see who's going to be reading their pick. But the pick is in.
Here we go.
Monte
With
Coleman.
the 51st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Lower
the
third
Washington football team selects Samuel Cosme, Texas tackle.
Tackle again. There you go.
More tackles.
I wish that when they put my name up on the news, instead of accused whatever else, it says 3-time Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
All right. Presser equals this dude is MCDC to the core. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mike, I'm back in the den. I'm good. I'm good here. I'm It's not sexy, right? And it doesn't have to be sexy, Sandman.
Nope.
It's got a great personality. Please check back in. Trade alert. Carolina Panthers trade pick to the Browns.
Browns moving on up.
You better hurry. Hope that presser ends there, Risdon. You've got a pick to report on. Coming in. Greg Newsome was a great pick for them. The Browns are going to be a fun team to watch, dude. I'm telling you. Oh, God. Their flip from 0-16 to where they are now so fast really makes the Lions burn a little bit more. All right, let's see. Okay, we're getting all kinds of stuff going on in the chat. Let's see. Some former coaching staff. Yeah, you know, the front office and coaching staff and scheme were a mess. It makes evaluating what we have so difficult.
It does.
So difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, like Campbell was saying, he's like this team. These guys played so slow. Mm-hmm. And all this stupid calculus they were trying to do on the fly before they moved was just not real. Oh my gosh. Do you see? Is this Macho Man? Who is this? Oh, no, he's just super fan.
Just a super Browns fan,
he's super fan, yeah.
Macho fan Randy Savage.
Okay.
Oh, great, now he's spinning up there. Oh, jeez.
Okay. It's not as good. He's a little more colorful than Crackman, but Crackman's all right. We gotta get him. I was talking to him earlier. We gotta get him in. He's an awesome dude. Cracciola? Is that his name? Crackman?
Yeah. I do think, people are talking about it in the chat about how debilitating Rocket Man's system was. And it's hard to disagree because it's 100% true. I think, we have players that aren't going to play as poorly as they did in his scheme.
Mm-hmm.
The real issue I think we're going to see or potentially see is how many players are on this team that were only for his scheme.
Yes.
We have a few.
Yes.
Offensively, that I think players, if you're good at offensive football, you're good at offensive football. That's not really a problem. But I do think that, Trey Flowers, how does he fit in a true 4-3 offense? And with this second round pick, that kind of guarantees we're going to be running a 4-3 defense. Yeah. I think I might have said offense there. That we're going to be running a 4-3 defense. Yeah. If we're doing that, where does Trey Flowers fit?
Right.
If that's the case, he kind of has to play 5 tech, but that's where our man Levi is going to be at. He could play edge, but is that really a good spot for him when he's covered completely, or not covered? Hard to say.
Yeah. Cliff Ferrero, thank you for the super chat. Our first 2 picks this year, both faster than Tavai. This team is adding speed. And, that's true. I might be faster than Tavai, but I'm with you, buddy. I am absolutely with you. All right. Goodell doesn't know what to do.
I mean, honestly, Levi's 40 time, I think, was very similar to Tavai's 40 time.
Was it? Oh, boy.
Yeah. I think we're talking about a tenth of a second, half of a tenth of a second.
For the Browns pick is Coach Marty Gibbons from Lake Catholic High School.
It's a Protestant school.
How would you like to be the second guy that's
Coach
up there with
Gibbons
Macho Man?
is a recipient of the
Nobody gives a crap
2020
about you.
Cleveland Browns High School Coach of
Why
the
isn't
Year
Macho
award.
Man given the pick?
Yeah. The high school coach of the year should be in the recliner, and Macho Fan should be up there. The Slim
His
Jim.
commitment and dedication to the football community.
Macho Fan should be a Lions guy snapping into a kneecap, right?
A player's coach. Coach, we congratulate you for your awards and what you're doing for
Where's
the next
Tavai even fit in the
generation of our
team? That's a
youth.
great question, Ryan.
Coach, it's your honor for the Cleveland Browns choice.
Oh no, Kevin Ash is hyped. Oh no.
What's up, Cleveland?
Macho Fan's better.
Macho Fan way better.
With the 52nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker,
There you go.
University of Notre Dame.
We were just talking about him, and now the Riz has to write about him.
Yep.
The Riz is going to see him.
Riz is cursed. In this case, he fell to us. This is a great pick.
Yeah.
J-O-K down to 52. Much, much lower than anyone thought.
Much lower.
Gosh. Like 25 picks, in some cases 30 picks. Wow. Okay. If they get value out of this, this is just going to be crazy, right? If this could be a coup or a curse.
And Cleveland's in that spot where they can kind of take some flyers on dudes like this, and he works. You're a genius. If he doesn't work, your team's still good. You've got talent all over the place.
Yep.
And you can kind of let him develop behind a couple other dudes. You can kind of wait and find his spot.
I can't wait until we get that luxury. Are we playing Cleveland this year? We are, aren't we?
Are we playing them in the preseason again? Is that still a thing we do?
There's only 3 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go look. I think we played Cleveland this year. That was last year. I said 2021. You dumb search engine. At the Browns, TBA. No, it's the Bungles we get.
Oh, the good old Bungles.
All right, so we only play them in the preseason. That's good. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, that's good. All right, watch the Levi press conference and highlights, and you'll see he eats kneecaps. Everyone's crying about wide receiver. Realize Galladay was a 3rd-round pick. It's Robert Millard. Yeah, Robert, I'm going to tell you, this is some. Oh my God. I don't know if you can hear the cat is like on the wall. There he is. You see him? You see him jumping on the wall?
Oh. Awesome. We need more cat chats.
He's nuts. Robert, look, at first I was absolutely stunned because it was just completely unexpected and felt like an incremental change. I'm absolutely coming around, and this isn't, and I want to say too, this is an evaluation. Cat chat. Oh God, Sandman. There he is. He's looking on the floor towards me. I don't know if he's gonna go to the wall. Oh my God.
We need a dedicated cat cam.
Both just lip it out. It's hilarious. It took some time to process. I'm gonna be straight up, right? And I'm not just a Lions Kool-Aid drinker. I need to think about some of these things. And this is something. Super Cat Kevin Cat Chat Sandman. This is one of those things that just took some time and processing, right? I'm coming around a lot on this. I think this might be a kind of hidden gem kind of pick. Oh boy, here we go. Goes my dream of an Warrior, Onwuzurike, and Owusu-Koramoah. Would have been a dream listening to announcers mix them all up. And in the chat, Sandman Lions says, to be fair, last year was the worst Lions defense ever. They were bad everywhere. Again, this is all reasons that I'm feeling better about this pick now. I'm not talking myself into it. I'm not rationalizing it. I'm actually starting to process how it fits in the scheme of things and change my thinking into.
With the 53rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Dylan Radunz, tackle, North Dakota State.
Another tackle.
Dylan Radunz. All right.
Are we like half tackles in the second round? We're at least a third tackle.
Yeah, let me see if I can get the tracker going here, see how updated it is. I got NBC's and it's not that great. I gotta say, hey Kevin, thanks for Super Cat. I got you, got Robert, Random Bob Man. There goes my dream. You said that, Random Bob Man. I didn't say your name. Thank you so much for the Super Chat, brother. Appreciate that. One cat. Okay, both cats ran out of the room now. They're staring at me from outside, like I don't know what's going on, man. We'll see what happens. All right, that was the Titans that just picked. They got offensive tackle, 2. Guard 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, center 8. 8 out of 20 picks are offensive line.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. Maybe 9. I might have missed one here. That's nuts. That is a lot. And Mike, you're right. Tackles are going before wide receivers this round. This again goes to the idea that maybe the guys working the front office now are smarter than we are. That could be. It could be. I don't know. I was all about more. I'm sorry, I missed it in the chat. I got the trucks letting me know. Folks want to know who I wanted. I wanted Morag at safety. The other guy that I wanted was Elijah Moore, but he went early, so he was gone. So yeah, it was Morag was the guy that I would have picked there at safety because I think we just have a big gap. So
yeah, our safety play last year was woo bad.
So and again, Tracy Walker showed out way better than last year, the year before, right? So was it a regime and scheme thing? The scheme regime. It could have been, right? But you don't know. You don't know. That's the hardest part is evaluating what we have here with these guys because everything was just jacked up with this team last year and the coaches. So we'll see. I'll go ahead and show this. Ghetto Pat, Okuda struggled because our line was ass last season. You know, that's part of it, no question about it. But there's also the fact that he was injured and a cornerback in his rookie year in the NFL. It's real hard to be good. You know what I mean? It's just such a tough position. It takes 2 to 3 years to grow into that. So I didn't expect, and he was playing talent that was just off the charts, right? Devontae Adams twice he was asked to cover. I mean, Come on. It's like, what do you expect? The guy's one of the best, if not the best in the league. So there's a lot of things that worked against Okuda. The thing that I don't think happened, though, was his spirit was broken. And that's one of those things with a cornerback, that short memory, that ability to not only forget like a game, but forget a play on the next play and just bounce back and come back is such a key piece. Those guys, if they can't do that, can be broken. And I don't see that in Jeffrey Okuda. I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised with his play this year. So,
and he was always in a crap spot with us, to be honest. You know, there was a bunch of high cornerback picks taken, Jalen Ramsey, Marshawn Lattimore, that like worked out like right away. They came out, they played well, but generally that's not the case. Cornerbacks don't play well their first year, sometimes not even their first 2 years.
Right.
You know, their second year they kind of become average, or you know they're okay, and then it's their third and fourth year where they really start to break out. You know, we saw the same thing with Slay. His first year was rough.
He was benched. That's my favorite story about Slay, was he was benched in his first year on the Lions.
Yep.
It's just tells you. No, it's tough. It's tough to get to that point.
And so I've got hopes for Okuda that he'll bounce back. He's already been working out and he's been at the facility doing his thing, and that's what you need to do to get better.
Yeah. Absolutely. It is what you have to do. So we'll see how it goes. We'll work with that. YouTube demonetized us because we read that chat. That's probably killed a lot of people. That's probably killed a lot of people that it was a quote. It was not, unique content. It was a quote from, it's news, actually. You know what?
It is news.
It is news. It was news, and we're sharing a direct quote that was news. So stop it, YouTube. Come back to me. All right, so there you go. We'll move on.
We don't need that YouTube money because we can buy hats and get merch from Fanatics.
That's right. Fanatics at DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Get yourself the finest hat. And I want to tell you about how to take care of head very shortly. We're going to get to the Colts pick. I hope Dorsey did the prank call again today.
Thank you, Vaughn. Happy to see you doing well.
Thanks,
and with the
Antoine.
54th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Dayo Odangbo, DN Vanderbilt.
Another guy that we could have drafted and made it real hard on everybody.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think you're going to have to start speaking more languages than English if you're going to be calling games there, Dan. Mr. Miller. Oh, she's got the steepled hands. This is the plan, right? The next thing she's going to do is pet a cat. I will tell you, if you are happy, sad, or anxious, or insomniatic, or have a little bit of pain because of this Lions pick, worry not. Go to cbd.detroitlionspodcast.com. Get yourself some of the greatest product in the world, legal in all 50 states, and will ship to all 50 states. It is great for you. I always talk about this, but if you haven't heard it, the regular CBD takes care of all those things, pain, anxiety, and insomnia, and is awesome for you, and will not trip any drug tests or anything else. You don't feel anything, right, other than better. It's really, really, really good stuff. It's based on hemp, but it doesn't trigger the drug test. I don't know if it's enzymes or what, but that they show up with. On the other hand, they have the chill, and they also now have the extreme chill line, which has Delta 8, which, because THC is Delta 9, it's a whole chemical thing. It's a different thing. It's completely legal, like I said, in all the states. You will feel a spuzz, no questions asked. You will feel it, and I urge you only to take one gummy if you get the gummy bears. Only one the first time you do it, because people lose hours. But that stuff is really great and really, really potent. cbd.detroitlionspodcast.com. cbd.detroitlionspodcast.com. And they'll give us a little kickback when you go there. But I'm telling you, this stuff is all natural, good stuff, straight from Mother Nature, and make you feel like a new man or woman. Doesn't matter. It's all good. All right, let's swing our little 2-inch mask like it's a towel and see what the Steelers are doing.
Thank you for
Franco.
that nice Cleveland welcome.
I loved him when I was a kid.
I do want to say hello to my Cleveland friends. And here we go, Steelers! Yeah, Steelers, here we go.
My Shel Silverstein making a pick.
In the 2021 NFL
He's on Delta
Draft,
8 for sure.
the Pittsburgh Steelers select Pat Freiermuth from Penn State University, tight end.
Now that's as German name as I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Freiermuth. It's Freiermuth. Come for the fried chicken. It's like Frankenmuth. Let's see. I guess they do the fried chicken nuggets in Freiermuth and the regular chicken in Frankenmuth. All right. Good DBs can apply pressure if they're comfortable, which is why DBs get many sacks and pressures every year. The Lions are about to get this 8-man box and D-back pressure all year with no WRA. Okay, interesting. Watch what teams do to us without wide receivers. Yeah, we're gonna need.
It's a legitimate problem we're gonna have.
Yep.
You know, we built the O-line, but the O-line can only hold up to 8-man pressures so much, and if teams don't have to worry about our wide receivers getting open, or and we're one of the things that we're gonna miss is that Stafford would make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff is not that guy. Jared Goff isn't gonna force the ball into places that it shouldn't go.
I think Jared Goff is going to make things happen differently. And Luke P says, F you, Chris. I just took 2 Delta 8 Extreme. My friend, may the force be with you.
He's going to go drive some heavy machinery now.
Don't do that. Yeah, I think Goff is going to do it differently. One of the things I think we're going to see with Goff is he's a long ball artist. He's really good at throwing a long ball. And with Tyrell Williams and Brashad Perriman, we have some really, really fast dude. Williams, I think, has a lot of upside. More than Perriman. Perriman is going to remind me, if for folks that remember a lot, I think of Corey Fuller, right? That he was a track star, but he couldn't catch a ball, so no one covered him, right? It's just one of those things that was a deal. Tyrell Williams, I believe, has some serious skill, and I think that's going to be really interesting. I think these two speedy guys are really going to add. They're going to get open because they're fast. And Goff can deliver a long ball. So when things get desperate, I think that's what you're going to see, right? And I think when you see like the Aaron Rodgers just freaking roll out and wing the ball and hope for a pass interference or an amazing catch, that's the kind of thing I think we're going to get out of like Tyrell Williams, hopefully Perriman, but we'll see. But the other side of that is with that line, you've also got Hawkinson, right? And you've got a run game. And it becomes a different style of play than what we're used to. Yes, not having the consensus number 1, consensus number 2 wide receiver is not a good idea. I have a feeling we're probably going to see that coming in the draft here, especially with all these offensive tackles and defensive line players going in the second round. I think the wide receiver game is wide open for us in round 3, and we have 2 picks. This is going to be interesting how this plays out, but the game is opened up for us in a completely different way than it ever has been, and it really is based around that line. That Sewell pick really, it gives us time to throw the long ball. It gives time for Hawk to get open across the middle, right? To play a route out. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. We'll see.
Yep. And even just looking back at last year, we can see games that were, I don't want to say they were lost on right tackle play alone, but I mean, it hurt. Mm-hmm. It hurt. We had a bunch of games where a guy would go down injured. We'd had a bunch of games where Vaitai would just let guys blow past him 2-3 times.
Yeah, and
he didn't even get out of his stance.
He's not going to have the option to do that this year.
No, at the minimum, even if he's not out of his stance, he'll still be in somebody's way while he's playing guard.
Right. He's trapped between Sewell and Ragnow, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
he has no choice now.
He just take up space, buddy.
Arms out.
Arms out. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Okay, got some information rolling in. Just sticking with it. Make sure we got everything we got. Okay.
What are we now? 11 picks away from the Lions pick?
Let's see.
We're 77?
We are
21
picks.
picks.
You're going to make me find the window. Find the window, Dopey. Oh, I closed it. I can find it. Hold on. I don't know why I closed that. I'm not a smart man, but I'm here. Dun, dun, dun.
We love you anyway.
Come on. This is supposed to be gigabit internet. Don't give me
72.
this.
So 16 picks away.
Yeah, there you go. Seahawks pick is in. This is their first pick, isn't it?
I believe it is.
56. Can you imagine? Gosh. That's just gonna. What do you? I mean, that you've sold your future.
Yeah, and Russell Wilson's not getting any younger, and
Kansas City's going to get their first pick soon.
They won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
That's
Kansas City's going to get their first pick soon. Cleveland. Wait, I think Cleveland traded out. We'll see. All right, here we go. I'm on the. I think I'm on the Levi train, buddy. I think I am, and I want to say I haven't talked myself into it. I've just thought it through. I take time to process.
With the 56th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver, Western Michigan.
No.
Yep.
Somebody, who was that in chat that just called that out, that if he falls to us, he's going to crap a brick? Golfer of discs.
Yep. There it is. Sorry, golfer. The brick remains intact.
the brick is intact.
I've got one. I'm not going to show it, but he drops the F word.
I showed it anyway.
Oh, okay. There you go. I guess we're demonetized. What are they going to do? Although we were only quoting news. A quote from the news, YouTube. Come on. This is, I mean, it was on the networks. It was on the network. So, yeah, no, this guy looks good. We saw him at Senior Bowl. And he looks like a heck of a lot of fun, doesn't he?
He does. He does. Amazing special teams player. And that's something else that, we're going to have to see how the Lions do this year. They're pretty good special teams last year.
Yeah.
Best part of the team.
There you go. But let's just say a quick prayer for Braden Coombs, who's no longer with us. We haven't had our show full of tears and lamenting and crying because the team is no longer any good because we lost our special teams coach. We'll just have a moment of silence. Good old sea chickens. Yep, there they go. All right, guys. We've got, 15 picks away now? Yep, 15 picks away. Who's available? Hit me up in the chat. Let's start hitting. What are we thinking of just positionally? Yeah, Lions got to go to Seattle and Cleveland this season. Get out, Pat. That's gonna be a tough
not
roll.
Great.
And they have to play Stafford. Those are all away games. Well, no, Cleveland. I don't think we're going to Cleveland, except for preseason, right? Where did I close that window too? Dang it! Come on, man. What am I doing? All right, so yep, there we go. There's a lot of tough. Oh, the Rams are picking. This is a new one.
All right.
This is weird. All these teams I haven't seen, I forgot about. Are
they going to give Stafford some help?
Oh God, I hope not.
Why has he got to have the Roger Goodell painting in the background?
Are you on the NFL Network?
Yes.
Who has that?
It's Coach.
Oh God, McVay. I'm really starting to dislike that guy. If I wasn't married, I'd pipe his girlfriend. Speaking of which, we've got some great golf plumbing information available, and God, you should really wear this when we play against the McVay Stafford team. Golf plumbing, just here to lay some pipe. Look at that; it looks just like him, right? Got all type of colors. Lions merch store, DetroitLionsPodcast.com/store. Go check it out. There's all kinds of great T-shirts there. Really, really cool stuff. All right. There he is. God, he looks like he's in an apartment, but I know he's not. He's
yeah, he's in that. That's his fourth guest bedroom. He's sitting in right now.
You know where Thousand Oaks is. I know where Thousand Oaks is. I know where he's at. He's not hurting. He's not too far from where I was. I mean, different neighborhoods, but he's not too far from where I was. Sorry, that's a rental. He's in the draft house in Malibu. That's Malibu and Thousand Oaks actually touch. Malibu is south of Thousand Oaks, and it's the San Andreas. This is me. This is my brain. Like, it just freezes on shit I know. I'll remember in a little bit. The mountains. There's the mountains that you climb over from Thousand Oaks and down and drop into the PCH in Malibu right there. Why can't I think of the mountains? I lived there for 11 years. Jesus Christ! It was like I look out and I would look at them.
Yeah, I forgot they had the Malibu beach house, draft house.
Yeah.
And that the GM couldn't be there because he caught COVID, right?
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I think it was like reported yesterday that he had COVID.
It's not San Andreas. It's the Ferris wheel name. The city with the Ferris wheel at the end of the pier. It's right. My buddy lives there. 3rd Street Promenade. All that, everything's there. I mean, God dang it! Why can't I think of it? Oh well, whatever. It's not San Andreas. San Andreas is
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica Mountains. Thank you, Santa Monica Mountains. There's a song, right? God, this is. I don't know how my brain works. I don't know why it does and doesn't in certain places. Santa Monica. Thank you so much. My God, that was burning a hole in me. Yeah, you go over to Santa Monica's.
Orlando Pace is given the Rams selection.
Oh, I thought he was in the recliner. Here we go.
There we go.
With the 57th
Oh
pick
God, he's such a stud
in
still.
the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Tutu Atwell, wide receiver, Louisville.
There you go, Matthew Stafford.
Wow, they're getting him somebody with speed and change of direction. How long were we asking for that?
Yeah. And that's perfect for the McVay offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 5'9", though, 153.
Well, you throw it across the middle to him once a year, and then you don't get to see him again. But that one time, that one time's real good.
He's a little fella. Look at him. I mean, you want to knock on Devontae Smith about his size. This dude's I feel like his shins are gonna get snapped. I hope not. I mean, I hope not.
Well,
I would never hope that. But God, he's a little fella.
That's their thing, right? They like those small guys that are shifty and fast, and that's
yeah. And Stafford can hit him. You know, I mean, that's Goff could hit him too, right? On the move, he was great at that. But Stafford can too, with just a tighter window. That's going to be really good for them. God, I hate that. That's going to hurt.
I know. Wouldn't it have been nicer if they? I'm so conflicted. I want Stafford to win, man. But I want better picks.
I got to think about that. But I got to say, Luke P., my 15-year-old sister is bigger than some of these wide receivers. I absolutely love Matthew Stafford. I've said it forever. I'd take a bullet for this guy, but every loss improves our draft position next year. And before Matthew Stafford was here, I was a Lions fan. And after Matthew Stafford is gone, I'm a Lions fan. I'm a Matthew Stafford fan too, but it's why I like co-op games and video games or being on a team with friends and stuff, right? I like doing the thing for the team. I like the group is better than the whole is better than the sum of its parts or whatever, pieces, whatever. Love Matthew, but I'm a Lions fan. You know what I mean? I'm not a Rams fan. So Matthew, thank you for being so great. And I hope you lose out. Sorry. Chiefs pick is in. Who's saying Detroit's on the ticker? Mike, what are you talking about?
No, he says that you can see him on the screen now.
Oh, got it. I
was confused for a second too, but I caught what he was tossing out there.
I was about to go full what you talking about, Willis. Was there a trade I didn't hear about? All right. Chiefs pick is in. Wow, I can't imagine what they're going to pick. They picked up like 52 offensive linemen over the free agency period.
Yep.
They almost had picked up 53 that I know of.
How many more years do the Chiefs have? 1 or 2 before their team starts to slowly fall apart due to money?
I don't know. I'm not as good at the cap like Ash. He's our resident expert on all this stuff. Anything to do with the lines and the cap and general strategy, Ash is like a savant. He's so smart. I feel like, they've got Mahomes locked up for a long time. The cap's about to explode, so he's not going to hurt him there. I don't know that they're in trouble. I don't know if they've made moves like Chicago has and Minnesota has that's going to really bottom out, underneath them.
Well, they have a lot of talent. It's hard to keep that much talent. People could start to, I think, who's the wide receiver that they already declined to take a pay cut?
Robinson?
With the 58th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Nick Bolton, linebacker, University of Missouri.
All right.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But why would he?
I wouldn't.
No, he can go anywhere and make what almost as much money as he wants. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if he'll have as much success without Patrick Mahomes, but for sure.
Yeah, okay, so you're right. I don't know if I was him, I'd be heading over to where Gardner Minshew's slinging any balls. But you could go to the Rams with Stafford. He would be deadly as heck there. I think he'd be great. If he came to Detroit, I think he would do really well. It would take 2 years, but he would be a key part of what that team could become. And if he can get the money that he wants, right, that's a place he could play. Atlanta, a short deal. Oh, sorry, I just saw a vicious hit from the new Kansas City pick.
Nick Bolton.
Yeah, Nicky B. He just put a guy down. I mean, just flat, just murdered him. Good sack. He looks good. You know, we'll see. Yeah, so it's interesting. I think Tyreek could go to a lot of places that would pay him a lot of money. Tampa wouldn't pay him a lot of money, but he'd get wins, right? But I don't think. I mean, he's like, I can make less money and get wins here. I think is where his head's at. So.
Yep.
All right. So I hope Stafford wins the Super Bowl next year. There's a wild card there by getting us the highest possible draft position with him winning a Super Bowl after next year. I want him to finish last. No, if they win the Super Bowl, they're our pick 32. Our pick is number 32 next year, even if they get in as a wild card, because that's where they finished. It's the losers that fill out the brackets after the people that didn't make the playoffs. So Stafford, again, love the guy, right? Oh, the Jaeger's here, Michael. It's chilling. We're gonna get closer to the second, third round pick for the Lions before we start doing drinking for dollars. I know Stafford deserves the Super Bowl. I get it. I totally do. But so did Calvin, and so did Barry, and so did all kinds of different, Larry Fitzgerald, all kinds of different players did. And it's just the nature of the NFL, and it's too bad. I love that Stafford gave so much to Detroit, but now he's gone, right? And I guess, I mean, let's put no. Nope, I want the draft pick. I was gonna say, okay, he can lose one game next year against the Lions, and that'd be all right. But no, I want that draft pick. I want the number one draft pick to be the Rams pick next year. Is really what I want. And I'm sorry for saying that, but that's, I mean, I don't wish ill on him, but I want the best for the Lions. So.
The Rams will get caught cheating, and it won't be Stafford's fault, and they'll have to vacate all their wins.
But he's going to have to live with it, right? I mean, it's still going to be his thing. The truck just called in. Let me know. Oh, they called in a while ago. Santa Monica. And thanks, son.
Truck always coming in clutch.
Nothing escapes her, right? Like nothing like that escapes her mind. And it's like I could live. I can say, what's that? And she's like, pew, got it every time, right? But here I am without my my support system sitting next to me. All right. Kansas City goes. We're at 59. That means we are 13. Lucky 13. Panthers pick is in. 13 away. Okay, positionally. Let's go in the chat right now, guys. Tell me what position. Don't give me the person. Give me the position that you want to draft next in this NFL draft with pick number 72 of the Detroit Lions. Let's see what you guys have. Yeah, Jesse's with me. Let the Rams tank. What do you want, Sandman? Positionally, what do you after?
I could go multitude of places. I could go wide receiver. Obviously, I could go safety. Honestly, I feel like, they're kind of doing best player available. And, we'll have to see how it kind of shakes out here. I think at this point, linebacker depth isn't super great. So there's always the argument to be made that, we're not going to see that much linebacker play anyway. But, I would love to see a safety here. If I had to choose one position, it would be safety.
Yeah.
We need some help.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay, so Robbins, he says he knows the person. He's saying wide receiver. Say it in the chat. Robbins, make your call. I'm with you at safety. I really, really am. But I just feel like wide receiver, and it's not because Robbins thinks he knows it. Trust me. I just think we have no weapons there, and that changes the calculus of the offense 100%. The impact on this team a top quality wide receiver will have is, I think, more than what a safety will have, if that makes sense. I'm always like Ben, again, like I said before, if the other team doesn't score, you can't lose. That's absolutely what you're going to get with a safety out there. I get it, but God, we are in so much trouble. And I feel like Tracy Walker is better than what he was last year. I think as a player, he's just better than he was. I don't know. Both are such just freaking huge needs. Huge needs. All right, we got a lot of wide receivers. We got a linebacker, Nick Math. I think he's trolling, but maybe not. We got Ghetto Pat, wide receiver, linebacker, safety, or BPA. We got a couple BPAs over there, it's Wes. He's there with a BPA as well, and I like BPA, right? I always say that. I'm like the best thing for a team to do is go BPA. I always say that. But God, it's so hard when it comes time to actually pick, and you look at the BPA and it's your defensive tackle, and you're like,
yeah,
it's hard. It's hard. Oh, Terrace Marshall, there he went.
There he's gone.
He's gone later than folks thought. He had some injury concerns.
Some medical stuff, right?
Yeah, yep. Had some medical stuff. He went later than he thought, later than folks thought. But buddy, you're in the NFL. Good job. Congratulations. So there he goes. I hope he stays healthy and has fun in Carolina. He's not happy because Sam Darnold's throwing the ball. See, that Carolina hat looks a lot like the Lions hat. It's a good looking hat. Fanatics at DetroitLionsPodcast.com.
Get it in.
I love it though. I really do. I think this is the coolest hat. This is going to be my go-to hat. I'm probably going to have to get another one just so I don't. Because when I wear it,
are people going to lose their mind when the Lions pick Nico Collins?
I think we're at the point now where this pick has to be a warm something. This is a skill position, right? This is a player that's going to be on a highlight reel somewhere. I really think if not, I don't care who it is, this is going to be problematic for the front office from a PR perspective. It may be, again, like the like our happy defensive tackle. It may be the right pick. I don't have his name memorized yet. I'm going to have to read it still. It may be the right pick. I'll call him Levi. That'll be the way to do it.
There you go. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah. I think Levi's a great pick. Again, we've kind of gotten there, but they need some PR. And if anybody knows, it's Holmes, but he I don't know if he cares about it here, right? I think he'll build his PR around justifying his picks, right, rather than making them, which is again a smart move, a good leadership move. Lead with what you know, right? Gather all the information you can from everybody around you and make decisions based on all that information and what you know. It's the Panthers draft room. Some of these draft rooms are pretty interesting. The Panthers one seems pretty like a hotel conference. Pick is in for the Saints.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams probably did that to take the burden off their own facilities.
All right. Bourbon Street on the stage here. If you're watching the ESPN feed, I'm expecting her to start pulling her clothes off while she's dancing for some reason.
Yeah, it looked like that was about to happen.
Not that I think she should. I just, by the style of dance, I was expecting that was the next move. And then Goodell just gives her the high five. Okay, he's coming up with the Saints pick. Let's see what we got for New Orleans. Jamie
With
Newman.
the 60th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Pete Werner, linebacker, Ohio State.
There you go.
Our linebacker off the board.
Yep. She doesn't know what's going on. She's just like, it's fun to be here. All right. There we go. 60 is in the books. 12 away.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Jabril Cox is still on the board. The linebacker out of LSU.
Yeah.
Really good in coverage.
Yeah.
And he's a big guy.
And I can't, and it's not like the league is going away from big guys either, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's, when you can bulk up, when you have the frame to do it,
yep.
It never hurts.
Yep. Let's see, where are we going? I mean, I'm looking here. Where do I have Cox? Yeah. Okay, he's a little later. We'll see. I bet he goes soon. What if we come up with an edge rusher?
I wouldn't hit it.
I don't think I would either.
I would love to see, little brother make make some strides this year, get some more playing time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one, again, there's a guy you have no idea, no real good evaluation on what happened.
And that's another guy who was drafted to kind of fit the other scheme a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, kind of more of a jack than a standard defensive end down rusher.
And his brother stayed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, this is his brother stayed at I don't want to say at a discount, but he came at a good price, right? I mean, that they got a deal.
His price was incredible.
Yeah,
for the output he had last year. Yeah, I think he definitely could have got more money somewhere else.
So he's feeling like brother's going to play, right? So maybe there's something here that we don't know about, right?
How cool would it be to have bookend brothers?
Oh my god. That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun, right?
All the t-shirt opportunities.
Ooh.
Somebody's making money. Bash Brothers.
You could literally make bookends out of them, like out of their heads, like little busts, and then flatten like one side, and you can put them on either end of your books.
all one of them.
All one of them.
The non-returned library book I have from '96.
Hey, I do have a library book from like in the '80s that I checked out. I really do, and now it's become a thing to like. The long game here is like when I'm 75, 80 years old to return it and see how much the late fees are. But I think
just arrested on the spot.
I'm just gonna outlive the library and the concept of a library. I think. We'll see how that goes. All right, let's see. We do need an edge, Kyle, but
I mean, realistically, we have like one edge right now.
Yeah.
Because Flowers really just, I don't know where he's going to sit on a 4-3 defense.
And it's one of those things, I mean, we do need it. Is it our biggest need? No, it's not our biggest need. So I can understand where you'd be hesitant about that.
Yeah, and you can manufacture pressure. You don't have to get it with, but...
If you got a good defensive tackle, you can probably...
The real problem is that we have this whole team is a chicken and the egg situation. You know, you can manufacture pressure when you have good safeties and good cornerbacks.
Right.
We don't know that we have that. If you don't have good safeties and good cornerbacks, you really need to try to get home with 4 and have as much people in coverage as possible. We don't have the 4 to get home either.
Yeah.
We're in no man's land. You kind of need to guess right of what the defense or what the offense is going to do and hope to make something happen.
And to heck with Bob Quinn. That's the way to say it. And try
that's the biggest thing.
Regain your monetization, right? To heck with Bob Quinn. He didn't.
You need me to call my guy at YouTube? Let him know what's going on?
Yeah, would you let him know? Let's get that lawyer action.
Yeah.
You really ran him up on that. That was good. I was really proud of you. All right, let's see. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, all those things. We don't talk about that stuff.
Buffalo's pick is in. Green Bay's next. I'm wondering who else are they not going to help Aaron Rodgers with?
Who are they going to insult Aaron Rodgers with?
Yeah.
That's what I'm after.
Hope they get another quarterback.
Yeah. Hold on, I yelled at the cat. All right. He's out in the hallway meowing because he's not getting super chat lights to chase.
Oh, hear that, chat?
All right.
Where'd the lights go?
You light up my life. Safety Ryan is where Sandman's head is, and I don't disagree with him. Oh, Kyle Trask to Green Bay. Oh my god. It would be so great. That would be great. I'm feeling like
with the 61st pick in the 2021 draft, the Buffalo Bills select Carlos Basham Jr.
Good pick.
Wake Forest University, defensive end.
Good pick. We saw him at the Senior Bowl. He was rocking and rolling. I really wish. I mean, we had all the film from it, right? We got to see all that happen, but I really, really wish we could have been there. Sandman, we have so much fun there.
It really is. It's a good time. It's kind of a weird atmosphere there because it's like chill, but it's not.
Yeah.
You're like at a big thing, but it's like doesn't feel big. Small town feel.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, you're sitting there and Bill Belichick walks by. It just brings home how freaking big it is. You know what I mean? You're like, if I wanted to, I could jump him. I mean, I could, right? And then you start thinking, like, what would happen if I did? Like, I'd be on the news for sure, right? But I mean, what's the long-term consequences of jumping Belichick? Well, what if he kicks my ass? He seems like a dude, right? That'd be embarrassing. It's just it's crazy. You're right. It's super small town. We went out to eat, and it just happened where we were eating. The teams, all the players and the coaches and everything were in the banquet room in the same restaurant while we were out to eat that night. It's crazy. That's
Stinky Pete's.
Stinky Pete's. No, that was Mel Kiper. We were at Ruth's Chris. I'll admit. Yeah. Fancy steaks. We got a fancy steak addiction. Oh man, that Prime Proper. I can't say enough about that place. If you guys are in Detroit, head to Prime Proper. That is great wow, just incredible. All right, please be Kyle Trask. You've got my hopes up. You've got my hopes up so bad about Kyle Trask. Let's see, Waxo.
How everybody doing tonight?
We cut Aaron. Say that.
But yeah, before I get into this pick, I want to state the organization, Green Bay Packers, for giving me an opportunity to represent our organization to the best I can. I want to thank the NFL for giving me an opportunity. And with that being said, the Packers fans up front, we not done yet, so I'm letting y'all know we getting one. So with that being said, with the second pick of the 2021 NFL Draft, Green Bay Packers select Josh Myers, center, Ohio State. Go Blue Dog.
Go Blue. Joe Ridge's face.
Oh man, that's gonna stick. That's gonna training camp's gonna be fun for those guys. It's not a bad pick. I mean,
that's funny.
Not an insult to Aaron Rodgers like I was expecting. All right. It is true that it's not a wide receiver. Oh my god, that's great. Got A-Rod some new balls to fondle. Thank you, Logan. This is the insight we need. This is the insight
we need.
Okay, let's see. Up next, Chiefs again. Wow,
Chiefs, nice
another pick. They got the guy they want. All right.
We're cooking.
Yes, we are. All right, let's see. Take a quick peek here. We get the Chiefs and then Tampa, and we move on to the third round. Tampa, no trades, no moving around, no funny stuff, just playing it straight, doing their thing. They re-signed all their guys. They're going to be a good team again. It's going to be interesting to watch them. Do you think?
Yeah, the Chiefs are in an interesting place because I feel like they're similar to the Patriots in that they just kind of keep reloading magically.
Yeah.
And it's just, I feel like they're a little bit more straightforward than New England was. New England kind of had some sort of black magic going on.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I mean, they're going to get another one or two, I think, before it starts to fully go out.
Yep. All right, let's see. Nick Math, thank you for getting my cats back in the game. Not a troll, flips the bird. Let's hear predictions. What does Detroit do? He's hoping linebacker or edge, wide receiver to follow. Yeah.
Honestly, and I'm going to go back to our conversation that we had about the Levi pick, is if you're okay with the Levi pick, I almost feel like you have to be okay with whatever they do here because everywhere is a hole. Everywhere.
Yeah.
If they took a linebacker, you could say linebacker's not our biggest need, but we still need it. Or edge isn't our biggest need, but still need it.
In the 2021 draft,
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
Kansas City Chiefs select Creed Humphrey, center, Oklahoma.
There's a run on centers.
Is that my man's house? Because my man lives in, the Taj Mahal. Dang. You see my man's house?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Oklahoma.
He had a chandelier in his kitchen.
Wow.
There we go. I'm out in front of Creed Humphrey's house, reporting live.
Take it. Go with it.
They're drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. His family's very excited.
He's unhappy that he's going to have to downgrade.
Yeah, he's moving into a much smaller house.
I hear screams of agony.
He can only afford one butler now.
Said he didn't declare for the draft for just this reason, and they still took him. Oh man, that is a tough one. I mean, you've got a great team in Kansas City right now, which is awesome. But boy, to try to draw people to Kansas City to live, that's got to be tough, right?
Well, which side do you live on?
The side with the lower taxes. I think you have to pay.
Kansas side. You live on the
CPAs in the chat, which I'm sure we're just loaded with CPAs and engineers. You pay taxes from where you earn primarily, I believe. Yep. Yeah. Well,
yeah. How does that work? It's Missouri and Kansas, right?
Kansas, Missouri, and Kansas. Yeah.
Yeah, and so do they have like very similar tax brackets? Just one side of the city is like super full of people, the other side is deserted.
Well, what happens if the practice facilities in Kansas and the stadiums in Missouri, and they say it's primarily where you work? Well, game day is really the work, but then again, I mean, you're working in the practice.
Well, you only get paid game day checks. So actually, a friend of mine works for the Chicago Bears and tells me, or has told me in the past, that the worst part about the job, is getting taxed in 9 different cities, 10 different cities.
Oh my God! I didn't think about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, he's got an accountant, right? He's not doing the 1040 easy. I know that.
Not anything I'd tackle by myself, that's for sure.
Wow. That's crazy.
But it's rough, man. It's rough out there.
Yeah. I was looking into that. I got a new job, and it's a remote job, but I wondered if I had to move along the way, what would my tax implication be? Could I keep my house in Florida where there's no income tax and then work there and claim Florida what's it called? Florida whatever.
Yeah.
What are they whatever when you run to the embassy.
It's all based on, I don't know if it matters where the headquarters is, because technically
it's where you work.
I do work in the city of Detroit and I get city of Detroit taxes. Oof. I'm not based in Detroit.
Right. But you did work in Detroit, so you're going to pay those taxes, right?
I'm paying those taxes.
And you're not paying them, though, when you're doing it in Auburn Hills. You're not paying Detroit taxes. Yep. It's just for the work you do there. Yeah, that's residency. Yeah, I was thinking, what do you do when you run and you into the embassy and you claim status? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a stupid joke. It's ruined now.
Welcome to Tax Podcast.
The Tax Cast.
The Tax Cast.
To analyze NFL player difficulties with game day checks. Asylum. That's it. Florida asylum from oppressive Northeast taxes, and that wouldn't work.
Floundericious in the truck. Coming in when you need them.
Even if I had my house in Detroit and my family lived here and I just got an apartment up there, because I work there, I would have to pay those taxes. I couldn't get my tax-free status. It's horrible. So I'm remote. I get to stay here. I'm tax-free. And
that's why I buy all my vehicles in Florida. I have Florida plates.
And this is something in the new world. You guys should really, really think about this. With remote work, I'm serious, as an opportunity to live in a place where you have no income tax, but get a paycheck from a place that has high taxes, therefore higher pay, a California paycheck, a New Jersey, a New York paycheck, something like that, and yet live in a no tax state. That is highly beneficial to you. I'm just going to tell you, just something to think about.
Well, I just read an article today that Google was talking about, or a bunch of Google employees were threatening to quit if they were forced to go back to work, because life is so much better not having to live in San Francisco.
Yep.
Or not having to drive 4 hours a day.
Or take the bus, right? The Google bus. Yeah, my former company just announced that it's only for critical meetings you're going to ever have to go back. You can work from home if you choose in the future. And this new job. I start a week from Monday. I'm stoked too. It's gonna be awesome. Best job, best boss I'll have ever had. It's how cool this is. But it's the same thing. It's just set up as remote in perpetuity. I have a chance to do some time 2 years in Ireland after my son goes off to college, which sounds like a lot of fun. I really enjoy the global work, but we got to get through the pandemic first. So, there you go. Sorry for the tax talk, folks. I'm just really stoked about this new gig. I haven't worked since March 12th.
Which is the dream for some people.
Yeah, it has been very nice. Thanks, Zero Lex. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, man. You can claim tax credits on your resident tax return for tax paid to another non-resident return. Oh, God, now it gets... This is literally why I have an accountant. This and the complexity of this whole thing that we do. It's crazy. Oh, man. Sovereign citizen, that's me. Yeah, that's what I should have done. Oh my God. Spence, you rock, dude. That was one of the funniest things I've seen in the chat all night. That was awesome. All right, let's see what we got here for a pick for the Buccaneers.
Hello, Cleveland fans. On behalf of the NFL, we'd like to thank you for your Midwestern hospitality while we've been here. It's a great pleasure. I'm here to represent the 2021 Super Bowl champions, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On behalf of the Glazer family, Brian Ford and the administrative staff of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Thank you, Nick Matt.
And of course, the Super Bowl champion coach, Mr. Bruce Arians and his coaching staff. What a fantastic crew and what a fantastic job they did this past year. On behalf of the Buccaneers, with the 64th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kyle Trask, quarterback, Florida.
Wow.
Tom Brady, your time's coming.
Yeah. Oh my God. They just really got to Tom. That's it. He's gonna quit. Go play in.
They were like, Tom didn't really play that hard at the end of the year. We need to light a fire under his ass.
We're moving him off to Green Bay. Oh my God, that's not even funny. Actually, that terrifies me just even thinking of that. But all right, Kyle
would his
Trask.
joints hold up in Green Bay? It's a little cold there.
I don't know. I think he's like Steve Austin. There's a 70s throwback for you, right? He's been rebuilt better, stronger, and faster. Okay, Nick Math, thank you. Glad they're here to serve as a steamer flounder. I don't know. Nick asked how much to, where was it? I gotta go back. Nick, I lost you. How much does it cost for a prediction? Just do a super chat and it'll go in and we'll take your predictions. Anything you want. The lights go on, I think at $4 or $3 or something like that, and then
I think it's $3.99.
You get the action of scaring the cats too, or not scaring them, but getting them chasing. Get them
all riled up,
chasing stuff. All right, let's see. There we go. Jags are up, and then we go to 72-65. We're 7 picks away from the Lions.
It's happening.
Move Brady straight to Sarasota. Down in
just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, it sure is.
Move him over to Kissimmee.
It's been, I'll tell you, the whole thing this year with Tampa, just living here, everyone knows 2020 has been tough, but with the Super Bowl being here and the Bolts doing really well in hockey, right? The Bucks doing so great in football, and then the Super Bowl. I mean, literally, the Jets at the Super Bowl flyover flew over, like literally over my house. If they were dropping bombs on my house, that's the route they would have taken. They just directly saw the underside as they went by. It's been great, and you just see people's spirits lift. It was really, really cool when that all played out. It's tough year for everybody, so it's kind of good to see that stuff play out. Here we got the Jaguars pick here.
Andre Cisco, defensive back, Syracuse.
There you go. Safety, El Gonzo. Gonna be a run on safeties now. Sorry.
Some would say that this safety is Gone. He likes the way the ball goes.
Oh man, sorry, I just had that one there. It just works so good. Oh man. All right.
I'm not gonna get enough love for that joke. I feel like it's making me sad.
I'll give you a double turkey if you want. Oh man. There you go. There's your safety in action. All right. But don't put that juju in there. Yeah, no, that whole thing. Oof. Okay, Vikings on the clock.
Here we go. Where are they gonna go?
Did they not pick in the second round? They didn't, did they?
Mm-mm.
Good. Can they screw this up and not
That's
pick
my favorite kind of pick, is the pick they don't make.
Yeah, the pick they never had. That's the kind they need more of those. Why are you bagging on the Bucs for Trask? No, I don't think him. I'm not bagging on him at all. Right, Kyle Trask. I think that's probably the best place that he could have landed. I mean, it's in Florida. He's only an hour and a half from where he went to school, right? So he's got that whole support system. And look, for college players, even Billy Sims, right, still hangs out with all the Oklahoma stuff. He's still doing all that stuff. For that support system to be local and Tom there to help him. Tom is probably the most, what's the word, giving player on the team. Like, he will help Kyle with everything he can, and especially knowing he's leaving. Boy, the opportunity for Tom Brady to just give you a download if you're Kyle Trask to be his legacy. You are in like the best position ever. I'm not bagging on them at all. I think this is great. Tom Brady's going to play, and Kyle Trask has time to sit behind him. Yep. I think that's the best thing. The best thing for Kyle Trask.
And if you have the ability to learn from watching others, you don't need to be told what to do. You can just see how it's done and emulate or figure it out. I can't imagine a better quarterback to be behind than Tom Brady.
And
that guy just gets it.
And the whole thing, if your role is going to be as the perennial backup, the Dan Orlovsky role, right? You're not quite a starter, but you're a quarterback's coach of sort, right? Starting out here, this is a great place for Kyle. This is a great place for Kyle to get those bona fides and then turn around and become a coach in the league after his career, or an announcer, or whatever else he wants to do. This works out well if he doesn't wind up being a starting quarterback at some point in the future. So, no, I'm not bagging on this prediction at all. Oh, let's see. Mini picks again and 6 picks after us. Okay, you got your prediction in. Brady's shaking his boots and regretting throwing that trophy.
I still can't believe that they threw that trophy like that.
Oh my god! You know it's not the real one. It can't be, right?
I mean,
for those things, it can't be the real.
He's got 6 of them. Like, who cares?
I mean,
well, you got 6 cars. You wreck one.
I feel like the real Lombardi Trophy is probably at the Hall of Fame, and then they've got like a number of duplicates that they treat with the same respect and reverence or whatever. But they know these. As happens, right, at these parties, and like the Stanley Cup, I know there's more than one. I know.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know for a fact. They've got to do the same thing. I can't imagine you drop it and ding it, like, you know what I mean? There's only one, and all of a sudden the wide receiver who won the Super Bowl but dropped the trophy ding is there forever. No, man, that's a whole nother curse.
Would you rather have the trophy thrown in a lake on accident or hit another baseball with it?
I'm going for the lake. I like the idea of people out there diving for it in the news and the whole thing.
Imagine?
Helicopters, the divers, like
people
when
out
they
there with magnets on ropes.
When they're looking for bodies, right? They got the whole thing going on. Spotlight, nighttime diving mission. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, the Stanley Cup has definitely taken its beatings.
Gosh, yeah. All right, here we go. We got the Minnesota Vikings pick coming up. Let's see what we got here. Hall of Famer. Oh, happy Hall of Famer coming up.
Are you ready?
It is our guy, John Randall. I'll never forget him.
With the 66th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Kellen Mond, quarterback, Texas A&M.
Oh, wow.
All right.
He's a good quarterback. I mean, again, we saw him with the Senior Bowl. Wow.
It's an interesting pick for them, considering how, how underperforming they played last year.
Who was I talking with? I think it was Riz and I were chatting that if Kellen Mond played for Alabama, he'd have gone second or third. That he's a really, really good quarterback with a, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Texans pick is in. This is the first pick in 13 years that they've had. We'll see if they pull somebody out.
Maybe they'll draft their quarterback replacement.
That's interesting for Minnesota. That may be a pretty good play for them. We'll see.
I think they definitely need to, Kirk Cousins, I don't know how much longer they're going to... I don't know if he's really that valuable to them, to be honest, in his big old contract.
Kellen Mond may actually be the next Kirk Cousins. Like, they may have drafted for a direct replacement, except he's more mobile. I don't know. Oh, boy, that's interesting. We'll see. Kyle, Tom Brady lacks self-confidence. He's going to make this pick an issue. Chris Sims loves Mond. I think Mond has a lot of upside. I just don't, again, an opportunity to sit for a year.
I forgot the Texans got Nick Caserio, that weird looking dude. Also, wear some team colors, my man. Wearing bright blue in there. Who does that?
Here we go. Okay.
All right, Nick Math really wants those predictions.
He's
coming in hot.
$8 into begging for predictions. Okay, guys, that's it. Let's hit this. Oh, is it from us he wants the predictions, or is it from the chat?
I think he wants your predictions specifically.
Me specifically?
Let's get it.
Oh,
hit it.
For God's sakes. Okay, who we got here? The Texans. They need a quarterback.
Can you draft a personal masseuse?
Oh my goodness. I gotta get my board here. Let me look. God, they're just such a wreck, and they're just, everything is broken there, right? I can't imagine being. Where's my shit? I can't even imagine being the Texans. If you think it's bad in Lions land, oh God, I'm trying to get my board up. Hold on. If you think it's bad in Lions land right now, you ought to try being a Texan.
I can't even imagine. It's got to be awful.
It's timing out. Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. All right, hold up. Let's see what we got. I'll get the next one. I promise.
I hope y'all having some fun because
I think they have to go quarterback here.
Awesome.
Yeah, but
who's their backup quarterback?
Jamie Newsom? That's what I'm going to throw out there. Jamie
24
Newsom.
years of marriage, happy anniversary to his wife. I just found out I walked across the stage. Show his wife some love. Show his wife some love.
I don't know what's happening, but it's weird.
I'm going to take 10 seconds to tell y'all a quick story. My dad is from New
his
York,
wife some love.
but he loves the Cleveland Browns. When I was a
thanks,
kid
Nick.
growing
Appreciate
up,
you too, brother.
the brownies this, the brownies that, them brownies gonna be all right this year. When I got drafted, he wanted the Browns to draft me. I didn't get that lucky. I got drafted by the Texans, so it's all good, baby. All right.
What is happening?
The 67th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft.
I'd be so mad.
My Houston Texans select Davis Mills, QB from Stanford. Go Texans, baby.
Yeah, there.
Wow.
Hey, QB.
Wow. I think that was Chris who nailed it. I think it was Chris. Chris is like on fire at just the right times.
I can't believe he said I wasn't that lucky to get drafted by the Browns. Instead, I got drafted by the Texans.
But it's all good.
He's up there selecting for him. What?
Nobody likes the Texans who have played for the Texans. Wow. Holy cow.
Holy smokes. The Lions are on the clock. They're really far behind with these picks. All these teams have made picks.
Wait, I've got Atlanta. What do you mean? Oh, the picks are in.
Yeah,
I get it.
All the picks are in. They're just.
I got Falcons on the clock.
Low.
Wow. Okay. There you go. I'm expecting a Jamie Newman to go anytime now. He's a guy that I think has really, really high upside, but I don't expect it to happen. But somebody's going to gamble on him.
So where are the Lions going, Chris? Where are we looking?
Wide receiver. I just really think wide receiver.
Which wide receiver though? We're kind of in a weird no man's land here, where you're kind of picking one trait. There aren't too many triple skill players floating around out here.
Yeah.
Unless you find a small school guy.
Josh Palmer, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Out of Tennessee. I have to check with Robbins. Ooh, Giants traded in front of Detroit. Trade up with Denver. Oh, you know. They want to take a wide receiver because they know we want a wide receiver.
Those jerks.
Damn jerkity jerks. Let's see.
All right, who are the Falcons taking?
Falcons is a pretty easy one to play with. Rondale's still there, huh? Our boy from Purdue, Wisco.
With the 68th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Mayfield, guard, Michigan.
Hey,
there
Michigan,
you go.
man.
All right. Michigan to Atlanta. That's okay.
And his draft room's in like a
basement.
Zamboni storage room.
It's in Grand Rapids. Where's Riz? Look for Riz there. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, good for him. Good for him. Love to see a Michigan man do okay. Can you take the mic for a second, my friend? I could certainly take a quick walk. I'll be right back.
Yeah, take the quick walk. You got 3 minutes.
All right.
The Lions pick. Rodgers, Collins, or Browning? Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll be excited about whoever they take at this position. I think round 3 is kind of where you hit a sweet spot where I don't know if there's any, bad positional value anymore. I think you just can full best player available and be happy. And I think, there's a lot of talent left on this board, especially considering that the Lions need everything. Tell us how real. I love Chris. Chris is one of the nicest people I've ever met. Oh, man. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of... I just got a text from a buddy that works in the NFL. This might... I literally just said I'd be cool with anything. I might not be as cool with this as I thought. Oh, boy. Let's see here. Well, I really think that wide receiver is such a huge need right now that we need to start hopping on it. But I don't want to spoil anything for anybody that doesn't want to get spoiled. But I got texted what it is, and going for the most boring draft of all time.
Joseph Osai, linebacker, Texas.
Just in time.
Just in time. You killed it.
I gotta show
back. I was telling everybody what I actually thought about you while you were gone.
Oh, good. I'm sure they're all.
The truck's gonna have to tell you about it later.
I'm sure they're pleased. Oh God. Okay.
So Chris, I got tipped off who it is. My buddy texted me and told me, and you're gonna be excited about it, or not. We're gonna see.
I'm gonna be excited or not.
You're probably not gonna be excited. I wish Jeff was here for this. Somebody call Jeff. Stop the presses from whatever he's doing. He needs to be on the call for this. It needs to happen.
Okay. Okay. You got me worried now, my man. You got me worried. There's
only a couple more picks. You
got to give me something more than that.
So Chris, you're going to have to make your prediction. Now, I'll say that because you know that you're probably not going to be super excited about it, it kind of narrows down your prediction. Nick Math is putting the lockdown on you. No more stalling. You got to do it. Where are you?
Okay. I got to look at who's taken. Hold on. Just let me... Oh, wait. I got to pick here. Hold on.
On NFL draft.
I'm doing it.
The Carolina Panthers select Brady Christensen, tackle, BYU.
So many tackles. There's not going to be any tackles left in college. You know we're about to go to commercial too because the Lions are about to pick. So.
Yeah. There you go. Okay. All right. Is Rondale still there? No, he's gone. Okay, he's gone. That was one of my questions. Okay. So, let's see. Hold on. I'm not listening to what you said. Okay, just so you know, I'm making my because I'm going wide receiver here. Okay. All right. God, I was on Josh Palmer. Brown from North Carolina didn't get picked though, did he? Oh no, it's not. It's too early. It's not Cade. It's not Cade Johnson. It's too early for Cade. It's too early. Is it? God. Okay, that's you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go with Cade Johnson. He's not a number one wide receiver, right? But he's you know I'm in love with this guy, right? You know I am. he's not that much further down the board. And I'm putting what you set aside, right? I'm putting what you set aside, and I loved what I saw from Cade Johnson at the Senior Bowl. I absolutely loved what I saw from him. He's I picked out McLaurin, right? KJ Hunt didn't have a whole lot to work with last year. We'll see this year what he turns into. But Cade was my guy this year. Cade Johnson was my guy. So I'm just going to go hope against hope. Vote with my heart. We need a wide receiver. I'm going with Cade Johnson. There. No brains. Right. No brains in this.
The New York Giants pick is in. They're going to be, and then the Lions are coming.
If it's Cade, I am too.
Oh, jeez.
My pants will be firmly in another county. Now I'm gonna go look at the chat and see if this is a big old troll. Sorry, Nick. I apologize. Producing this while being on it takes away from a lot of my ability to look through my information and kind of put things together. So I actually often on all three of those things I fly by the seat of my pants pretty much all the time during these broadcasts. So it takes a little bit extra to make it all work. Oh my God. If it's Cade, you boys. Ooh, Greg, my pants are firmly on after this pick. Come on, Greg. Come on.
Hands on and belted tight.
Kevin asks, you can just say what you want after you're demonetized. I mean, I guess you could, but they can blow your channel out if it gets excessive. But the other part of it is like you can submit a request for review and then they can fix it. And I've actually already submitted one because we were reporting news. It's 100% what we were doing. We were reporting a quote from a notable news source of somebody who was drafted. And that was a quote from him. So I feel like while we may have said some bad words and a couple in a row, that it makes sense. So it's up to them. You don't really have much recourse except to beg forgiveness, and I've done that. So we'll see how it goes. All right, here we go. Woo! Coming up with the Lions.
All right, here we go.
Is it going to be Cade? Oh my God, if it's Cade, I'm so happy. I really am. Sorry, I gotta get the Giants up here. My bad. Where's my mouse?
I actually thought when
Giants
you came back.
Select Aaron Robinson, defensive back, UCF.
Cornerback. Okay, there you go. UCF again. I'm sorry. What was that, Sandman? Before you were so rudely interrupted.
Oh no! I thought you had it somehow automated to play the pick because it was timed so perfectly when you came back from your stroll.
No, I don't have the machine learning down quite. It's all by hand. It's all part of the production. Nico Collins to Detroit. Oh my God, we dogged him at the Senior Bowl too. Oh, God, don't do that to me.
All right, pick is in. It's on the screen.
If Holmes listened to me,
some turkey, dude.
If Holmes listened to me,
Frank Ragnow up on stage.
I'm not seeing it. Don't. Oh, you're ahead of me. They should go to commercial on the NFL Network.
All right. Are you ready?
I see the pick is in. I see another graphic. They're starting to zoom in the stage. He must be coming up. Here he is. Here's Frankie. He's got my hat on. Fanatics.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Get yours. Looks great. It's the best Lions hat out there.
Hello.
Hey, Frank.
Hello. With the 72nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Aleem McNeil, defensive tackle, NC State.
A nose tackle at that. He's a nose, which is weird. We just drafted a 3/5 tech. Now we have a nose tackle.
Okay.
But he played baseball. This guy's weird though. So
I want to look at these highlights.
I know about Aleem a little bit.
Okay.
And he played running back and linebacker in high school. So he's like
big,
just
big
recently filled out. Yeah.
So crushing the pocket in the middle is our game, right?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
I mean,
flush it. So we went from basically it was contain, right? It was contain a mobile quarterback before. That was part of the scheme from. Oh my God. I just watched an interception clip. He's funny. I love when the big boys get their hands in the ball. So it used to be a contain. It worked really good against like Patrick Mahomes, right? We almost beat the Kansas City Chiefs with a crappy team because we contained the quarterback and didn't let him move, right? Now we're not doing that anymore. We're stopping the run.
With the 73rd
pick breaking the pocket in the middle.
2021 NFL Draft.
Tell me.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Milton Williams, defensive end, Louisiana Tech.
Well, there he is, Mel.
Wow. Again, I mean, so we're picking again. We still have a shot at Cade Johnson. All right, hold on. We got the Riz here.
We got the Riz?
Yep. Hey, Riz.
Riz.
You there, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hold on. There we go. I got you.
I could see Riz's face when he said, "Hi, guys."
I can see it.
Is this the guy you had, right?
Yes. Yes.
Like for real?
What?
You knew this was coming?
I had a good idea that this was coming. Yes.
Explain the thinking here. Help me out. I convinced myself, right, on Levi. I convinced myself. I don't want to say I convinced myself because in thinking over time, I was like, you know what, this does make sense. I get it. 2021 is not the year that we're going to be, rocking and rolling this, and they know that, and this is a good long-term play. But another tackle, I just don't get it.
It's this was a guy I know they like the pre-draft process. And I actually thought the Browns were going to take him tonight. I already, believe it or not, had him pre-written going to the Browns with their pick at 91. I wound up doing a lot of work on him because both teams that I cover were very interested in him. He's a fun one. He's again, this is another case as with Onwuzurike. I can't even say it anymore. I'm too tired.
Levi. I just want to go in Levi.
Yeah, Levi.
Well, that works good. Like the player, don't like the positional value when there's so many other holes still on the team. this is a good football player like Levi, and he's different enough that those two can play together, and I like that idea. And they're going to be quicker. If you remember how the Bears did it when Lovie Smith was their coach and they ran their famous Tampa 2, and they had the two aggressive inside guys. That's what this reminds me of. Levi actually, and I tweeted it out, he reminds me of Tommy Harris. And Aleem can be that kind of guy too. As an interior, he can two gap, he can one gap. He's learning how to do it. This was a guy when he got to college was a baseball player and a 245-pound running back, and he gained 65 pounds and plays defensive tackle. And it shows that he doesn't know what he's doing yet all the time with his hands, with his feet, with the coordination, with the moves. But by golly, he's athletic and explosive. And when he does figure it out, it's really, really pretty to watch.
So this is clearly okay. And I think this feels a lot like Sam just has seen me run the gamut of emotions here the last couple of minutes. This is obviously the Lions saying that 2021 is exactly. I mean, we knew they weren't going to win a lot of games, but 2021 isn't super important to them. This is about 2022, 23, and 24, and they know they only have a certain amount of picks this year. They're just shoring up the core. Shore the core, right? And then next year with all the picks, because they've got a lot, they're gonna blow this thing up, right? Is that what the plan is?
If they don't even blow it up sooner, because now they have the ability, if there's a team that wants to trade Flowers, they can trade him and be like, hey, we got a dude there already. If they want to get rid of Deshaun Hand, if they want to get rid of Nick Williams, they can do it. No problem. They've got guys there in their place now. If you're going to be 4-13 with those guys, you can be 3-14 without them, and I don't think anybody's going to give a crap.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, what I think your Bears comparison is probably pretty good. I kind of agree with that. What I see is the Lions have constantly had an issue in the last couple years where they had zero pocket push at all up front.
Yes.
And so what would end up happening is the DNs are 2 yards behind the quarterback because the quarterback doesn't need to back up. Unless we're seeing 8-yard drops, 5-step drops, the DNs are needing to go full circle. And especially when you have Romeo and Julian Okwara, both those guys are fast, speedy guys that, don't necessarily push into pocket as good as others. Now that if the pocket's getting pushed back into the defensive lanes, it's kind of a different thing.
They got some ability to make some things happen on the defensive front now, and is it overkill to address the defensive tackle with two players when you still don't have any safeties, when you still don't have any wide receivers? Yes, it is. But if this is their plan, if they are truly going to build around building in the trenches, they're not half-assing it.
No. That's
full
really
ass
it.
only.
They're really doing it. I mean, this is they're just pounding capital here, right? And you're going to have killer players. You're just going to be rock solid, but you're just not going to have the skill positions. You're just not going to this year. And I think that extra win or two, the difference between where they would have been and where by drafting a couple wide receivers. And where they are with building, the long term, it's long term. But again, that goes away from the idea of a retool and more towards the rebuild.
Yes, and and I think that today is a very good illustration that anybody who thought that this team was going to compete for the playoffs, compete for not being in last place in the NFC North, you're wrong.
Yep.
This is a last place team. And they don't seem to care that they're going to be that in 2021 because they are building this team quite obviously, as you said, Chris, for 2022 and beyond. And as painful as that's going to be, as I just really want somebody who can make a play on offense. Is that asking too much? There's still some picks. I'm not throwing in the towel on that, but my God, there's.
Well, so let me get this pick in really quick here from the Cowboys.
Of their selection.
What's up, Cleveland?
I'm here, and with the 75th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Osa Odigizua, defensive tackle from UCLA.
Good job, buddy. You did better than I would have. All right. So, Odiggy. This is one of the things I'm thinking about on offense, though, and this is we're missing the guy. We're missing the guy, right? The number one guy, but we have speed to take the top off with two of the guys that we have, right? With Perriman and with Williams. Williams, I think, is better than probably people give him credit for, but he's not a wide receiver 1, or if anything, he's a weak wide receiver 2 or a really good wide receiver 3, right? But they can take the top off. They can take the top off. And all of a sudden now you have Hawkinson free and you have a running game, right? They've got to respect those two guys because they can catch the ball, right? And they have speed. So the cornerbacks have to respect that guy, and it's really going to become a game of your number one receiver is your tight end. Is that? Do you agree? And probably your running backs, maybe not complete yardage, but because there'll be probably a lot of long balls for the wide receivers rather than kind of. You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with how this thing's going to run?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a game where they're going to run the ball. They might run the ball more than any other team in the league. And that's not a negative thing, by the way. That slows the game down, or speeds the game up, gets fewer plays, fewer chances for the opposing offense to torch your secondary, which is a good thing. It's ball control, it's time control. Honestly, the way that they're going about it, it's indicative of, I think, how Matt Patricia really wanted the team to be, but he just was too stupid to figure out how to do it, or not incapable of doing it. This is offensively they're gonna ground and pound, and they're gonna take deep shots. It could work. It will work at times, especially against teams that don't have very good safeties or have linebackers that are a little too quick to bite on things. Mm-hmm. Like the Jets with Jared Davis as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Happen to be on there. There's opportunities to hit like screen passes and swing passes and things like that, and then they hit the long passes. It's going to be weird. The problem's going to be when they're in like 2nd and 7, 3rd and 8. How are they going to convert on that? Because you can't really run the ball then. You don't have anybody who can get open quickly early other than maybe Khalif Raymond. Or you're going to have guys, Jared Goff throwing comebacks to guys who don't come back very well. Mm-hmm. They've got to get the guy outside of Hawkinson, and keep in mind that they still need another tight end too. Josh Hill is a red zone guy and a blocker. He's not going to catch 10 passes that aren't intended to him in the end zone. Right. So they're thin, man. If Hawkinson gets hurt again, that whole house of cards completely crumbles. If DeAndre Swift isn't as good as we hope that he's going to be. Y'all know I like Jamal Williams a lot, and I still like Carrion.
Yeah.
The margin for error for what they're trying to do with that is really low until they add some playmakers. Now, there are still some guys that are going to be out there that can be your slot receiver, that can be your wide receiver 3 when this team gets good at some point. But those guys aren't there right now, and it's going to be, we talked a lot this offseason about how they're building. They're trying to make Jared Goff be the best of Jared Goff he can be. I don't know how selecting 2 defensive linemen allows you to properly evaluate Jared Goff and his future with the team. I really don't. That's going to be the overriding takeaway that I have from tonight going into tomorrow.
And they have one more pick in 26, I think, picks away. There's a chance they get a wide receiver. I feel like it's probably a wide receiver 2 quality guy. Right?
One of them that they really liked just went off the board. Josh Palmer from Tennessee went to the Chargers.
Yeah. Cade Johnson's still there, buddy.
Sizzle.
And there's the idea that they could probably trade some of those defensive players you were just talking about, Flowers, Hand, and pick up a wide receiver 2. Right, they're not going to get that top guy, and it looks like in 2021 they are not going to have a clear number 1 wide receiver on this team, and that's going to be for Lions fans who are used to Matthew Stafford and what he's done, and Calvin Johnson over the years, and even Jones and Galladay, right? This is going to be an interesting adjustment for folks as to how this offense works.
It's going to be very, we're going to have to throw away our expectations that they're going to engineer a fourth quarter comeback. That's just not what this team's built to do anymore.
Yeah.
No, and we're going to be very scheme oriented. I think we're going to have to be at this point. I don't think that we can just go out there and say our guys beat their guys. Let's get it done. It's going to have to be, manufacturing guys open, manufacturing big plays like screens and bubbles.
And I see Kyle makes a great point in the chat. The cap space next year, right, is going to blow open. The cap is going to just skyrocket with the TV deal, right? And we've got all kinds of dead cap coming off the books. We're going to be in a really crazy spot to sign players next year to their second contract, hopefully, right? And we'll probably really be buyers and have all those picks. I mean, again, this is long game thinking, right? And Lions fans, this is something I'm having problems with now, and I try to complain to other Lions fans about it. Look, it's been 156 years since we've won anything. What's one more year, right? Why am I so frustrated about knowing that next year is just going to be one of those years where it's like we know it's going to be bad already and it's draft day, rather than coming out of draft day with this unrealistic expectation that, hey, things could get better, right? I mean, maybe it's better. Maybe this is a better approach to take, knowing that we're going to kind of we got a Vikings pick coming up here that I want to make sure we get in, since it's in the Norris division here.
Yeah, somebody that a lot of Lions fans would have wanted.
Oh man, here we go. Okay.
With the 78th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Chaz Surratt, linebacker, North Carolina.
There you go, Chaz Surratt. Whew. What a time. What a time to be alive. So
the
what do you
column that I have to write, and this is not just me writing, we are assigned to write this from way up above the food chain, so this is not me doing clickbait stuff, is 5 players that your team should have drafted. And it's going to write itself, let me tell you that.
Man.
It's gonna be easy.
Yeah, no, I get it. And this is again, we haven't won for 153 years. Why are we all excited that we're going to win next year? Why not build the foundational pieces, put those in place, and go? It's especially hard, though, I think, after 2020 with the COVID year of football. It just stung, and you throw Patricia and Quinn into there, and it just stings a little bit more. I guess that's really where it's at.
And for a lot of people, I am only a fan of the Lions or the Detroit teams, but there's a lot of Tigers fans, a lot of Red Wings fans, a lot of Pistons fans.
Yep.
All those teams suck too. Michigan football sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State football sucks.
Yep.
It's not a good time to be a football or big time sports fan in Michigan.
Yeah.
And it's tough to deal with that.
Well,
that weighs on you. It really does.
Talking about the Detroit teams, Kyle's been just killing it in the chat today. He's been active as hell. It's what the Red Wings did in the 90s, right? They picked up the best players who can play for 40 minutes, right? Who can put the time in there. Maltby, Draper, McCarty. I think McCarty was a little different than just playing 40 minutes, but I get it, right? You can go sign Shanahan's, you can go get Rafalski's, but those guys, the guys that play 40 minutes, that just put that time in and play at a high level, and you can count on play after play after play, really become foundational pieces. I seeing Levi's press conference or reading about it.
Oh, yeah.
He's an absolute, both him and Sewell, right, are absolute locker room guys. These set the tone for this locker room. So again, there's a couple different things going on here besides the position they play and what they pick. This truly is part of that whole cultural piece that they're talking about as well. So again, it's 2021. It's going to be, I think it'll be fun football. I really do. These guys out there are so hungry, angry, mean. I hate the bite and kneecaps thing already. We're going to come up with something soon to change that because it's already overplayed. But that's really what these guys are doing. And then I'm going to run through a wall. That's the other one. These guys are really setting that foundational piece up. Right? You've heard that. It's a trope now. All right. What do we have?
Can I go to the hockey analogy for a little bit?
Yeah, rock it, man.
they have a fantastic checking line and they have a very good second line, but their power play and their first line are garbage.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's hard to say that like we've got 40-minute players when defensive linemen are, by and large rotational pieces, outside of very special people like Ndamukong Suh and Aaron Donald, who you can play for 80+% of snaps. Not that the value's not there, not that these guys aren't good players or whatever, but to say that there's a lot of value there is probably not super accurate.
All right. Yeah. Oof. This is gonna be tough.
It could be worse. You could root for the Texans, who just took a bad quarterback with their first.
We were just talking about the Texans while you were gone.
Yeah.
We were praying for you.
Yeah, your son still a fan? Is he like going to be diehard?
Yes, he is.
All the way to the end.
He's still very much in on it, and so he's actually playing a basketball game right now. And I told my wife, don't tell him what they did.
No, don't hurt the poor boy.
Wait till after, and only tell him if they win.
Yeah, so
Kellen Mond is not a terrible quarterback.
No,
they
took Davis Mills.
Oh, sorry. Yep. You're right. That's right. Oh my god. Because they went 1-2, right? They went. Oh god, yeah.
Jeff hit you with the "you're right."
But you're wrong. They went 1-2. Oh my god.
There's always a but.
Oof. Yeah, that god. I mean, look, the drop off from Watson to Mills is really, it's negligible, right?
One of the things that you can look at it and feel good about Jared Goff is you look around. There are a lot of other teams that don't have a Jared Goff. Houston would be one of them.
That was the best thing the Lions could have done. That's the best thing the Lions could have done with a quarterback that said, I want to leave. I don't think there's another play that they could have made draft wise. They could have gotten Justin Fields, but that is a real wild card that they would have even gotten him. Right. It was weird that he fell to where he did, and then he fell down to 10. That could be a very Chicago thing that happened. The Jared Goff move was the very, very best play, plus all those picks. You've got a way out of Goff, and you've got a bridge guy if you need it, or if he winds up being good, he's going to be good for a while, right? That's this. I can't think of a better play. The rest of this is truly saying, hey, Jared, and again, you think about Goff. Goff is a quarterback who's taken a lot of bad teams to good, and if I get a Justin Fields, maybe I break him. With what happens if I take him first, right? Not only do I not have Sewell there protecting him, but now I have two defensive guys. I don't know, right? I don't know that he survives and his soul survives this rebuild, right?
And not only that, you have salary cap issues where, one of the main purposes of, I guess not purpose, but one of the main benefits of taking a quarterback in the draft in the first round is that you basically get 5 cheap years out of him that allow you to overpay for some people to get them in the door and to build your team around that person. And the Lions need so much help that drafting a quarterback really doesn't give you that benefit right away. And you can say that, every team that's picking in the top 10 is in that same boat, but that's not always the case. We have a lot of quick turnarounds where teams just happen to have bad years, or they stunk it up because they had some injuries or whatnot. That's not where the Lions are at. If we would have taken a quarterback like Fields this year, I 100% feel like we would have wasted a good portion of the benefit of drafting a quarterback early.
Yeah, that's fair. I like Justin Fields. I thought he would have been great. I do think he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. But yeah, the Lions are not in that state. The problem is, I'm not sure they're helping themselves get to that state. If they don't have people that they could properly evaluate Jared Goff with, how are we going to know if he's the answer? And then once they get a couple of years more into this, and they think he is because maybe he succeeded with relative NFL not good play around him, or subsequently the other way is that they think, oh, he can't play. All right, because they didn't give him receivers, and then they bring another quarterback in, and then you're resetting it, and you still don't have those players. That's where I struggle with that part of the equation.
And that's a very fair point.
Yeah,
that's a very fair point. Because right now you could argue that the Lions' offense is DeAndre Swift and T.J. Hawkinson, and that's it.
Jared Goff.
And teams didn't have a hard time, taking care of that last year with Matt Stafford on the team. And I think most people would agree that Goff is a drop from Stafford. I guess it will be 100% coaching staff. We'll see what they can do to remedy this issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the pick in really quick for the Raiders. First of two.
Raiders.
Perfect timing.
There we go. Hey, in all seriousness, rest in peace to the late, great Willie Brown. I have the pleasure of carrying on this tradition with the Raiders and reminding everybody next weekend is Mother's Day. Call your mom, go drive, pick up groceries, tell her you love her, tell her you miss her. Take care of your moms, man. They run this thing. With that being said,
what a good guy.
With the 79th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end, Buffalo.
Kuntz.
That's a reach.
Oh my goodness.
Mike Mack knows what he's doing, don't you know?
At least you can say about the Lions they did not reach for the players that they took.
That's true.
You might not like their positional value, but they're not reaches in terms of their skill and ranking.
Yeah.
And Malcolm Kuntz is, I don't care what Mel Kiper says. And y'all know I watch a lot of Mac football. This is maybe a 6th round pick. Maybe.
This is the kind of thing a guy that works for the NFL Network would do.
Yes.
Not Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper would be drunk at the pea smelling seafood place.
Get his pumpkin pie for breakfast. Hey guys, I gotta go. I got things piling up here that I gotta get done.
All right, Riz. As always,
good talking to you.
Love you, buddy. Thanks for the perspective.
I appreciate it, and go Lions, and stay strong, guys, because I think we need to come to the radical acceptance that we're not getting what we thought we were going to get, and you're either going to keep trusting this regime or you're going to start raising some eyebrows. And I think, honestly, either one of them is an acceptable reaction, and we will try to provide you with all angles on that.
Yeah, and we'll be back Tuesday with our next podcast to break down the whole draft for everybody. So
absolutely, that's
and
right.
we've got
we'll be there.
We've got some huge guests coming up, guys. So just be sure to tune in for that. Riz, thank you so much for the perspective, man. Appreciate it. Be good, okay? All right, he's out.
Later.
I'll tell you, man. The thing, you may not like the guys. This is now. Maybe I'm rationalizing now, but you may not like the guys. But where it's going, I think, is the right place. I really do. I think this is I want some sugar to help the medicine go down. I guess is the thing.
Some bitter coffee.
Yeah. But medicine is never. It's never delicious, but it cures what ails you. Does that make sense? It's really what I feel like where we're at here. I want sexy so bad, but we've had sexy, and sexy didn't work, right? Not that.
I mean, we've had it both ways already, though.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to look back and say, oh, this works or this doesn't work. Mainly because, we had super flashy drafts with Martin Mayhew. We had super not flashy drafts with Martin Mayhew. Super not flashy drafts with Bob Quinn.
We didn't get Eric Ebron. We didn't get Jelani Tavai, right? And which is good. I think they're both good things. I think they're very, very good things. We got great players. We didn't reach for them. They just weren't the guys at the positions that we want. We talk all the time about best player available. And don't draft for need because need is not where. You know what? They're doing all the things we know are the right things, right? It's just doesn't scratch the itch of the playmaker guy.
Organization for giving the opportunity to be here. Shout out to Caleb Thornhill in particular.
It's not Calvin Johnson,
said,
right?
With the 81st pick in the 2021
I'll hit that
NFL
real quick after here.
The Miami Dolphins select Hunter Long, tight end, Boston College.
All right. It's not Calvin Johnson, I think, is actually a really, really great example here, because we drafted Calvin Johnson, then we drafted Matthew Stafford, and what did we get? How many playoff wins did we get? Why didn't we get those playoff wins? Well, it was wide receiver, defense. But I mean, in many cases, Matthew Stafford, the hits that he took, the injuries he got, why? Because there was no protection, right? And we solved that, I think, on the offensive line. Defense didn't have defense. We didn't have defense. Boy, we're turning into what's a formidable line. People talk about Aaron Donald. I'm not saying any of these guys are Aaron Donald right now, but to have a high pressure, formidable line like that means a lot, means a heck of a lot for a team and where it's going. Yeah, again, I go back to the 2021 was going to be a 4 or 5 win season, right?
Maybe not even that.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We were left by the previous regime with a terrible roster, just a terrible roster that's in so many ways devoid of talent. And here we are, lining up with some real talented long-term guys we're going to be able to keep, guys that aren't going to break the bank on their second the second contract. And you've got things that are fixed that have been problems. They've been problems for the Detroit Lions for a long time, and you fixed them. And if you think about next year, how many picks do we have next year? Is it 8?
I believe so.
I mean,
someone in the chat will know for sure.
I mean, we've got 2 first rounds, a second round, and a third round at least. So there's 4 picks. In the next 2 years, we have 8 picks that should be all starters. That doesn't even talk about all the salary cap space we have. It really is setting up for the future. That's what it is, and it's going to be a year where I think it's interesting to watch what's going on with this team. It's going to be interesting to watch the games. They're not going to be boring for sure, but it's still going to be football where we get the win count we thought we were going to get, just differently.
Yeah. I'm interested to see, I kind of wish the expectations were known, because, like I said earlier, when they use the word retool, they specifically pushed away from the term rebuild. But now we're looking at, what appears to be a long-term plan. It's interesting. It's interesting to see. They obviously signed 6-year contracts. I think Sheila and them know exactly what's going on. And I think that, for better or for worse, we're in this for the long haul.
Yeah.
And we kind of knew that. When I was complaining last year about the lack of firing of Patricia and Quinn, where we have a dead year now, because they're not going to do anything with it, and we're just going to be a year deeper into a scheme that no one else is going to run and players that nobody else wants. I think that it really led us to kind of where we are today, which appears to be like a full, fresh, ground up. We've got some players that are valuable on the roster already, but not enough. Yeah. And you're basically starting from ground floor. You're building the food pyramid from the bottom.
What an illustration pyramid about how much to hate Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia, right? If you didn't absolutely just despise them previously, what they left you for a team should really, really now stand out as to how terrible they were at their jobs. Matt Patricia, as a human being, as a person, I will say to the end, he was a great guy when we met him, right? He was genuinely a really, really good guy when we met him at Senior Bowl that year. And I'll give him credit also with the fact that he's the one that inspired everything we've done with St. Jude. I mean, we're almost $30,000 raised so far since that started for St. Jude, and it's he was the inspiration for that, and I will absolutely to the end give him credit for that. But him and Quinn absolutely destroyed this roster, and that's something that's just they will be held accountable for that. They will get credit for that as well with me, and it's one of the things where, if you hear me not absolutely hating on them, it's because of the things that the experiences I had, but they really screwed this team. All right, let's get the Washington pick here.
With the 82nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
I'm good at this.
the Washington football team selects
You are good.
De'Ami Brown, wide receiver, North Carolina.
Nope, that was another wide receiver I would have been okay with.
Yep, same. I don't know what this is what. Okay, so we laugh at what the Green Bay Packers have done to Jared Goff and how angry. The Green Bay Packers have done to. I'm showing my hand here to Aaron Rodgers and how angry he should be. Jared Goff right now, how should he feel? How do you think he feels?
I think he's happy to be in a place that wants him. I truly believe, when he said that was a true feeling. I definitely think he knows he's in a much worse position than he was in where he was before.
But he's still getting paid the same, right?
He's still getting paid the same. I think, he's obviously not in LA anymore. He's in Detroit. But I think, being a part of a team that wants you and may try to build around you, that's what more can you really ask for as a quarterback?
Yeah.
They haven't been building around him yet, but I think that he can even look at this team and realize that, we're not a couple players away. We are, we're hurting. And so any player that we pick that's going to help us is going to be in addition to this team. Honestly, I think, there's a lot of times where NFL teams are in a position to lose players and gain players. Maybe it's a net zero or a slight net positive. I think the Lions are in a position where it's only net positive. If we're replacing somebody, it's with a better player. I don't think we're losing anybody that's at this junction. I don't think we have anybody to lose that's, that we're going to miss.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's it. And I see, I got a thing in the chat. Someone mentioned that, hey, let's not complain about our exes. And I can't say your name, Thunder C. Smith. And I get it. Like, this is that we don't. That's not what we do, right? But it's clear now with these picks and what we're doing. We need the perspective on why we're doing the picks we're doing and why the things are playing out the way they are. So we're spending just a minute here to kind of talk about that and kind of set the tone for a lot of folks. Hope you appreciate that. But if you've been here for most of the talk, I don't think we've really been banging on those guys. Let's see. And if Goff can turn this thing around and win playoff games, he'll go down to Detroit his sports history. How long do we have him? We have him for 3 more years or 4 more years on contract?
I think it's 4, but we could move on after 2 without a big hit.
Yeah, no, which is perfect, right? He either's a bridge or he's the guy, right?
Yep.
And that's a great position to be in. The Lions have that structured really well and are in good shape. So now you can see what he does. It's going to be hard to evaluate him this year, but heck, we couldn't evaluate the whole defense last year. So we're in a position now where we can start making those moves again. It's a time thing, and I say it to people all the time, right? And I have on the podcast. You're a Lions fan. You haven't won since 1958. You haven't won at all since 1958. You haven't won. Most of the people I think listening haven't seen a playoff win, right? How old were you, Sandman, when they won that playoff game?
4.
Okay, I was a little older than that. but most people haven't seen that and don't have that experience, and it's hard. It's hard. I totally get that. So just a little more patience, I think, with the team. And if you don't have it, there's always the chance to go grab a different team or a different sport, right? Take a break is always good. Don't let it hurt you for real. Don't let it hurt you right here. Don't let it hurt you here. This you got to keep clear. All right.
Yep.
Because I care about you. All right, there we go. That's it. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com, because these things might give you anxiety, pain, or I got you if you need. Anxiety, pain, or insomnia. You may not know what's going on. You may be happy. Maybe you have so much excitement and you can't get to sleep. That's okay. Go to CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. 2 kinds. The kind that doesn't show up on drug tests and gives you all the good stuff. And that's not the line that you're seeing behind Sandman right now. That's just the regular CBD. The chill line and the chill extreme has all of those benefits. Plus, it's going to give you a solid buzz. And it will trip a drug test too. So don't get fooled by that part. The other stuff won't. Legal in all 50 states. CBD.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Take care of head. Let's get the Cowboys pick.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Chauncey Golston, defensive end, Iowa.
There you go. Okay. I'm getting that. I'm really like when I'm
a white defensive end, high motor, intangible.
Gym rat, real gym rat. All right, there you go. All right, cbd.detroitlandspodcast.com. There you go. Take care of yourself. All right. Let's see. We're on pick 84. The Lions pick again in 102. God, predictions now. I am absolutely going to have to go with a wide receiver.
Oh. I've got to flip up my thinking. I gotta change it up.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Cox, the linebacker out of LSU. I don't think he's been picked right.
I'm glad you said that last part. Because I
knew you'd like it.
Damn it! I'm not recording. I want that line.
I think
I'll get it.
It's hard to make a prediction at this point. Normally we can say like, hey, if this was a Martin Mayhew draft, we'd be seeing a third down running back. We'd be seeing a, late blooming cornerback right about now. Honestly, cornerback wouldn't surprise me at this junction. We still need depth there. We had a couple guys go down last year that our depth was atrocious. Nothing would shock me at this point.
Packers pick is in at 85. Let me get that. I'm gonna need some help with why New England forfeited. I don't remember.
Pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Amari Rodgers, wide receiver, Clemson.
I love Amari Rodgers.
Randall Cobbish, which go figure.
Yeah, that's going to be great for Jordan Love. It's really going to be a great weapon for the only love
Jordan Love is really going to love Amari Rodgers.
The only love in Aaron Rodgers' life is Jordan. So remind me, why did the New England Patriots forfeit pick number 77? Does anybody know?
Thundersea is saying that they filmed Cincy's sideline, which I do remember that.
There you go. Thank you very much. There you go.
Oh, these are just behind the scenes guys filming. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. Thank you. I wasn't even going to speculate. I just went straight to the crowd source.
What's Trey Flowers' dead cap?
I'm gonna look over the cap, right? I think we're a year away from dumping him at least.
Yes. Really, I mean, even if we dump him in 2022, we're still taking a $13 million dead cap.
Which I'll tell you, one of the best, and I watched it and it's been a bit and I didn't really sink in. If you go to our site and our YouTube channel and check out the videos, there's a great series on contracts that Ash did about dead cap and the whole thing, and he shows you the math and how the contracts work. It's one of the most illuminating things. It's got to be, your brain has to be sticky when you watch it. There's like 4 5-minute videos. They're killer, like deep content, but it comes at you pretty fast. You got to have a better brain than I do to have it stick.
You got to have a wrinkly brain, no smooth brain.
Yeah, I'm smooth as F. All right. I think it's 22 is when we can bounce him. Yep.
Without a big thing.
Without a big thing. Yep. It would be stupid this year. It's 12.8, I think, is the dead cap this season.
I think this season would be 32 million.
Dead money, 32 million. 12 next year, but cap savings is 10, so it's a $2 million.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's a $2 million swing. So yeah, we got another year with Mr. Flowers. All right, let's see.
Same thing with Vaitai, just an awful signing that's going to haunt us for a while.
I think he's going to be serviceable, to be honest with you. I think he's going to be. I think it's terrible. We paid him too much money. I think this year it hurts a little, but we didn't have any capital. By the time the next year it's going to show up, the cap's going to blow up. I think it's going to be a lot less carry. Like it's just not. It's not going to be a big deal. I think
it might not be that horrible. We'll have to see. I didn't think he was that great at guard either. But maybe once he goes into the season knowing exactly what he's gonna do and not playing tackle all year until they decide not to put him there.
Mm-hmm.
Would be good.
I'm looking at PFF right now, and I got a subscription because I don't know.
Show off.
Amari Rodgers is ranked. Well, no, he's not ranked, but he's 128th overall on their big board, while Cade Johnson is 77. Something isn't calculating out there, right? Something isn't calculating there. I like Cade. I saw Cade is like a round 4 guy, round 5, but I know a lot of people talked about him moving up the boards. Sneaky Cal Krabs, when we interviewed him, was pretty high on Cade and his stock moving up, but we'll see. Amari came in. Amari looked great again, also at the Senior Bowl, right? He looked really, really good.
Yeah.
All right, we're caught up in the Lions here. We got the Vikings pick in at 86. Lions are at 102. We're not too far out.
Is it 101 or 102?
I got 102, but are they not counting? Is my count off because New England forfeited?
Because of New England, maybe. Yeah,
it might be. All right, there we are. Sorry, working. It's the whole production thing. If we really had a good set of people working on the on that super chat, we'd be able to get a producer and have a much more a much better show. A much better show. All right, I'm busting you guys' chops because that's what I do. Right? My cats have given up on you. Yep, they're gone. They've given up. But thanks for the show. Let's see what we got here. Check it out. You guys, hey, while you're there, really quick, I want to get this Vikings pick in here quick.
With the 86th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Wyatt Davis, guard, Ohio
Vikings
State.
Are just anti-Lions picks. We pick a defensive tackle, they take a guard.
His grandfather was...
Yeah, that's crazy.
They're ready.
Sorry, that one's for you, buddy. Yeah, I have no idea what to think of the Vikings. They always draft so well, but they always wind up falling short in the season, right? They just I don't know what it is about them. I don't know what it is, what their deal is. All right, let's see. Hey, folks, I just want to tell you really quick. Hit that like button if you don't mind. We appreciate when you do that. That helps us out with the whole YouTube algorithm. They got the whole craziness going on. If you're here and you're having a good time, I appreciate it if you hit the like. And if you want to see some more content, we've got a great breakdown coming on Tuesday. We've got some huge guests, huge team connected guests coming up in the next couple of weeks. I really, really recommend you hit the subscribe button and hit the bell along with it. We don't do that whole thing telling you please hit like and subscribe and all that. Normally that's not, I mean, I know it's a normal YouTube thing, but it's just we're not normal. But this is a time when we really appreciate your help and doing that. And I think we can really provide you guys with some really, really good value here in the next couple of weeks. So I recommend it to you if you're interested in the Lions, what's going on in staff and players and stuff like that. So we'll say that. So go ahead and do that and make sure you're notified, because in the next 2 to 3 weeks you're going to see all kinds of really, really good info. And then this summer during the downtime, we've got let me put it this, we've got a coach's wife, and we're going to take an angle. This is something that's really, really big. We're going to dive into what the family situation is like to be a coach in the NFL, and what it's like, you know, that whole, like when we changed regimes this year, what it's like to be sitting there waiting to see if you have a job or don't, if other people are courting you but you want to stay, the whole thing around that. It's a really, really compelling and interesting story, and I think you guys are really, really going to like it. We will also, in this time, because look, there's not a lot of football news, right? We're going to do a player's wife story, and I think you guys will appreciate that. And a couple other things. So, like I said, like, subscribe, hit the bell, all that kind of stuff. We've got a lot of stuff coming, not just during the time of the draft and OTAs and all that other stuff, but when things slow down in June and July. And then there'll be the wild Vegas vlog with Sandman and Chris. Well, that'll come together.
The full side chat.
Yeah, Ash is coming up with a bunch of stuff here start next month too. So you guys really are gonna like what we have coming. I promise you. Let's get the Steelers pick.
1, 2.
Check.
Take a look at the stage. Y'all know what this is? This has been my team since I was a kid. My name's DMC. I'm the king of the rock. And on the football field, we won't be stopped.
This is gonna be Sewell after he retires for the Lions.
And there is none realer. And there is nothing
Here we go.
better than being a Pittsburgh Steeler.
That's pretty good. Okay, I gotta give it to him.
With the 87th pick in the 2021
That's good stuff.
NFL Draft.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Kendrick Green, center, Illinois.
He should have made the rhyme tie into the pick.
Yeah.
He was real good. The whole time he was rhyming.
Yeah.
This is all I was thinking.
Yeah. I liked it. It was good. I felt it. I felt it. I'm a sucker for hype, right? I always hype video. Oh, I'm in. I'm automatically in. But it's not bad. They got their center. All right. Let's see. We are now on pick 88 with the LA Rams. Is this their second pick now? This is only their second pick, isn't it? God, how do they make the playoffs with like never picking in the draft? It must be
when
trading.
they pick, they make it count.
They trade for quarterbacks. That's how they do it.
Yeah.
Jerks. All right, boy. But what was it? Goff. We talked about it last night. He cost them what is it? 5 first-round picks?
Oh my gosh, yeah. When you factor in everything,
Yeah.
it was like a ludicrous.
And they made it to the Super Bowl. Let me do this to the chat, and I'll do it for the comments afterwards. Would you, as Lions fans, agree to give up 5 first-round picks, right? Year after year after year after year, but you made an appearance in the Super Bowl? Is that worth it to you as Lions fans? What do you think, Sam?
My answer is yes.
To go, and I'm going to say go to appearance, right? Not a win,
Yep.
right? We're talking the same scenario. You're okay with that?
Yep.
I think I might be too. Let's get the San Francisco 49ers
Shout out
pick.
to the 49ers organization for allowing me to be here. With the 88 pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Sermon, running back, Ohio State.
Okay.
There he goes.
There you go.
That's good value for the 49ers, I think.
49ers. Go
They've
ahead.
got a good backfield already, but Trey Sermon, if you can put him in the right position, you don't need him to pass protect. You don't need him to be out there on third downs. I think he can be a valuable asset to a team.
We gave. I mean, this is back when Riz and I were doing the NFL podcast for Reddit, which had to stop because I did a whole reload across the country. It was crazy. We just couldn't keep it going. But John Lynch was brought in, and we were laughing. I mean, collectively, the NFL was laughing at John Lynch becoming a general manager. This guy has absolutely just killed it, just proven us completely wrong, right? And look here, not afraid to admit it, wrong. You're wrong sometimes. Holy cow, this guy has absolutely killed it for the 49ers, and I never would have expected it. I never ever would have expected it out of him. Again, it's one of those things where you just finding the right talent at the right time is just partially a crapshoot and partially being just so damn smart.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of luck involved. I think there's a lot of, just being in the right place at the right time. Having good coaches that know exactly what they want and can articulate what they want. I think that's important as well.
Yep. All right, we got the Texans, 2:35 left on their pick. We've caught up. We've actually caught up to all the picks, my man.
How nice is that?
Yeah. Let's see. Who do you
What'd
think?
you just crack there, Chris? Is that another Truly?
Yeah, I got another Truly. I got I think around 100. When Dallas comes up, I'm going to do Drinking for Dollars. I'm going to pull out the old Jägermeister and let folks let folks F me up. There you go. Pick is in for the Houston Texans. I like the second round. I like the speed with how it plays out versus the first. I'd kind of like to see 1, 2, 3 in one night, and then the rest in the second. I don't think I want to see the whole thing in one day, but I think a 2-night span with just a little more.
Give me 18 hours of draft. That's all I want.
You get it over 3 days, but I think
me at once.
Night 1 just was a little too slow for my taste.
Band-aid me. That's how I feel.
Yeah. But they know. I mean, they're making money. The ads they sell during the length of that first round. Everybody cares.
This isn't an accident. Yeah. No, for sure.
Bob Ross would not call this a happy.
They ever made.
Yep. Bob Ross would not call this a happy little accident for sure. All right, folks. In the chat, what do we got going on? I haven't looked over here. O-line, the wide receivers have an extra second. Yeah. Anybody we have. Ooh. Cyril X, I see where you're going with this. The O-line. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. Cyril X, I'm taking what you said and I'm gonna expand on it. We talk about Okudah is a great example. There was no defensive line last year to help him out, right? He suffered at the hands of Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill and everybody else because there was nothing to stop the onslaught that he faced as a rookie. A line with pressure would have alleviated so much of the pain that he experienced. Wide receivers with time get a better chance to get open.
Mm-hmm.
Having a offensive line that buys more time for Jared Goff very well may help our wide receivers perform better than they otherwise would have. Again, we're looking with Sewell, the ad, and even with Big V at guard, we're looking at a top 3 O-line in the league at this point, right? This is an interesting. This is an interesting thing, right? I mean, you're going to elevate the play your wide receivers. Are you going to turn? I want to call him Tyrell Williams into Devontae Smith? No, that's not going to happen. But maybe you could turn him to a serviceable number 2 level kind of wide receiver, right?
I think with the proper quarterback, we see what happens all the time. We've experienced it. Aaron Rodgers with time is the most scary thing on planet Earth.
Yeah.
Outside of quicksand. And
I thought there'd be more quicksand in my life when I was growing up. I am so happy that that's not the case.
With the 89th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nico Collins, wide receiver, Michigan.
All right. There's the Fuller replacement.
Yeah. They did it.
Good job. Good job, Houston.
But we see what happens with Aaron Rodgers when he has time. Like, wide receivers can just, background ball you.
Yeah.
And that's just, that's just what they do.
And you pull pass interference penalties that you otherwise wouldn't. The more time
holdings, all sorts of stuff.
The more time a corner has to cover, the better the deal for your wide receiver. 100% of the time, whether it's through penalty, I kind of think that's and so, but if you subscribe to that, why not go defensive tackle? Why not build the snot out of your line and eliminate that time? You give them the time penalty, the opposite of what you've built for yourself. Make them get rid of that ball faster. Make Aaron Rodgers get rid of the ball, because that's the one thing he hates to do is not be able to hold on to it and run around and find the thing, right? Why not find guys and put guys there that can absolutely murder him? Yes, that's really what we've been asking for. I wanted Ndamukong Suh to be gnawing on his femur sometime. I mean, the stomp was okay; it was a good start, but I just wanted to see.
He was just tenderizing for later.
Where's the seasoned salt? Yeah, that's interesting. That may be kind of a little look into what they're thinking.
All right, Vikings pick.
All right, here we go. North Division pick coming in. Boy, he really sat down softly in that recliner. I'd be worried about where Goodell was too, to be frank. All right, here she comes with our pick. She's no nonsense. She's just wheeling these things out and reading them off.
Here we go.
12 away from the Lions.
With the 90th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Patrick Jones, Defensive end, Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Doesn't matter for us. We've got an offensive line that's going to stop anything they can throw at us.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem. But the Vikings keep going anti-Lions here.
Yeah. So we're going offensive line now. We're going to go tight end. Tight end. Here it is.
Yeah, there you go. Wes, in chat said, honestly, we can take another defensive tackle and still win this draft because of Sewell. I kind of agree with that to an extent because who was taken after, like, Orlando Pace? I don't know. I don't care. The Rams got Orlando Pace. I think there's something to be said about that.
Dang.
Now, they didn't win a Super Bowl with Orlando Pace.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they did. It just took some time.
I gotta say, Micah Black, thank you. Came in on the you heard the Guam scream in the background.
Guam.
Yeah, that was Dan Orlovsky, folks. If you didn't know, he gave us a direct donation, $10 via the PayPal. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Now see, I want to say Mika, but now because of Parsons, I say Micah. So if you're around, man, hit us in the chat and tell me the right way to say it, because it's the one thing I mispronounce people's names all the time. But when it's real people that aren't sports stars, I really want to get them right. Sports stars I don't care about. I like actually purposely mispronouncing them, but the people that are for real and part of the whole thing, I want to get it right. All right, here we go. We got the Browns pick is in. The Browns are genuinely a scary team now.
Yes, they are.
They have a real shot at what's going on. Here we go.
With all respect to DMC, I'd like to say this is the Browns town, baby.
The guy just put a joint in his mouth.
Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go.
I saw the Deal With It sunglasses rolled down with the big old Thug Life blunt.
With the 91st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver out of Auburn.
There you go. All right, 10 picks away from the Lions. They're 101. They are 101 on the list here. Okay, so the lost pick does not get counted in their world.
Okay, those players,
This is the first pick we're getting from the Matthew Stafford trade, correct?
Yes.
What are we turning Matthew Stafford into? This is an interesting little narrative, right?
Yeah, I think this is the start of, really the judgment of the trade. Regardless of how Jared Goff plays, I think really the Stafford legacy is going to be him being kind to us in requesting the trade in the way he did, and then Brad Holmes finding a way to get the most possible. And it doesn't matter how good the picks are if the players don't pan out. And you're right, this is pick one of a few, and potentially the Lions, rebuilding process.
There you go. All right, I'm going to get the Titans pick when it rolls, and then I gotta see a man about a horse again. These Trulies.
Those Trulies going right through you.
Yeah, I made it through the second day last year without even taking a break and drinking. But when we get to New Orleans or Dallas, somewhere in there, we'll start drinking for dollars. So you guys can super chat me into
what's happening?
Into the whole thing. All right, I gotta refresh my stream. It's here we go. We gotta do this. Here we go.
With the 92nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Monty Rice, linebacker, Georgia.
All right. There you go. Linebackers coming off the board.
I honestly have no idea where the Lions are going to go.
Wide receiver. This is it's early for Cade. I
think the Lions are going to go Ben Mason. Fullback.
Stop. Let me go. I'm going to try one more. I'm going to take a look. What do we got for safety available here? Monsieur Ledeen hasn't been picked, has he? He's a little bit down. Diablo's been gone. Is Gillespie gone?
I think Gillespie's still available.
Got Gillespie. Again, Monsieur Ledeen. Hamlin, I think, is available. Diablo, I think, is gone. I think I saw him gone for Virginia Tech. And now I'm going to do the Buffalo pick, and then I'm going to see a man about a horse. Cisco's gone, right? I remember Cisco, I think, being picked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still wouldn't mind seeing Jabril Cox in a Lions uniform. He's still on the board, surprisingly to me.
I did write down the timestamp where you said you love. I'm gonna pull. Ooh, write down again. We got two options.
Oh boy.
All right, let's see. Oh man, my chat is completely frozen. I think somebody say something. Maybe I'll do it.
Yeah, Steve-O. I agree. He must have some sort of medical thing popped up.
Yeah, my chat is not working. I'm gonna
But we've seen other guys with big medical red flags already taken. So if he's still sitting there, something's weird. Chat's still moving for me, Chris.
Yeah, it froze up for me. I've everything's kind of in a weird spot. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hopefully it finds itself before I get back, and we'll see you in just a moment.
Oh, I can't wait to draft Dem Cox. Yep, Diablo's gone. Yeah, who's the safety from Indiana again? I remember his name, but is it Johnson? Cox or Johnson, either way, it's hanging out. I mean, that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, no, I'm just hoping to get some back end help on the either way. I don't think that linebacker's a huge need here, but I guess we'll see. Honestly, this draft, this whole process just feels like a big best player available fest. Like, they're sticking to their board, and I think there's something to be said about that. I think a couple people in the chat mentioned it, that a team that feels good enough about their scouting profiles and about how they have their board set up to just stick to it and just know that the players they're going to get are going to be quality because that's the way that their board's laid out. That's pretty good. Oh, there's so many Johnson jokes.
Did they announce already?
Are we gonna get the Cade Johnson that you're finally been asking for?
Is that where we're at? Is it? Oh my god!
If chat is unfrozen, this is your chat, Chris. We have Andy and Dem Cox. We have Cox or Johnson. Either way, it's hanging out. We just have Johnson.
Oh, why am I missing all the fun? All right.
Molden Johnson. Molden Cox.
Oh. Here we go. All right. Okay, so I got gigabit internet here, right? I got fiber going on, but I'm streaming the pick. Let me get this lit up here.
Get the Bills here.
Here come the Bills.
With the 93rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Spencer Brown, tackle, Northern Iowa.
There you go. All right. Yeah, so I'm streaming one video to Sandman. I'm streaming at a high bit rate to YouTube, and I'm download streaming at the same time the ESPN stream plus everything else going on kind of in the background. And I think my even with this wicked 3080 video card, which I should be mining Bitcoin with, I'm still straining credulity. There it is. I'm straining the system. So if you'd like to apply as a producer of the show, Send your resume to contact@DetroitLionsPodcast.com.
And your computer specs.
Yeah. Otherwise, go to cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. I'll meet you there because this is giving me a headache. I'm going to have to throw it up on my phone to follow along. So, sorry, folks. I hate that it doesn't go the way I want it to. There we go. Oh, there. Turn the volume down.
Yeah, Elijah Molden's still there. Jabril Cox, Jamar Johnson.
No spoilers, Sandman. There we go. There's my guys. Oh, maybe if I open it in a different browser. Maybe it's a browser issue.
You're running Microsoft Edge.
It's actually what I'm going to move it into. Because there's nothing else going on in Edge.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, no, I can't do it in that one. Failed again, you sons of guns.
At least your camera's not freezing as much today.
Yeah, no, just the one time. It's. I think I got that fixed. I think that was with me trying to stream like another stream on top of what I was saying of what was going on. I can't do it. I got nothing. Oh well, this is my life, and I'm going to live it the way I want. I just appreciate that everybody's here. That's really what I care about. All right,
I think I'm actually going to take a quick bathroom break as well, right before the Lions pick.
Good, because I spent all that time creating the graphic. I've never used it.
I've just been sitting here the whole time.
Yeah. All right.
Be right back.
Cox or Johnson would be easier to swallow. You know, that's a great question. Either one is going to be large and,
now it's Jacoby.
And connected. So swallowing would be really, really, really difficult. Cox is probably the better player, right? I mean, if we get right down to it, let's get the pick in here quick. Oh, did he just say I got a ring? Oh, God.
I got a ring. It is what it is. But I thank the NFL for giving me the opportunity to do this, and I thank the Baltimore organization for giving me the opportunity to do this. Because as a child, you want to do this.
Wow.
So with the 94th pick, the Baltimore Ravens select from Georgia, Ben Cleveland.
All right. Guard, Ben Cleveland from Georgia. Georgia's had a big draft. Ohio State last year was the big winner. I feel like Georgia this year, without counting the numbers up, Georgia is the big winner this year amongst the colleges for drafting folks. Oh boy, a lot of offensive line guys going. I think everybody's looking at the trenches and building out their teams accordingly. Let me see what we got going on in the chat. Flounder. Oh yeah. Flounder, he says that Jabril Cox is.
Oh my God! It is Sir Mix-a-Lot booty thick.
There you go. Nasty player, Ben Cleveland. Yeah, you know, I think the nastiest player in the draft though, Mr. Thunder C, Leatherwood. He showed up at Senior Bowl. He didn't play, but he did interviews with the press. And he was nasty to every single person that he dealt with. Senior Bowl staff, the press. He did not discriminate anyone that he wanted to be nasty to. He just was. So that's interesting. So we'll see how he does. That'll be good. We got the Buccaneers. Their pick is in at 95. We're getting closer, 6 picks away from the Detroit Lions. Build the trenches to make the Cox hard. Leatherwood would legitimately kill somebody on the field. Yeah, for sure. If anyone will, he's the guy. That's it we got for the Bucs pick.
With the 95th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Robert Hainsey, tackle, Notre Dame.
Okay. That might be a good pick for these guys, right? I mean, good spot. He's probably going to start. Gives a little bit of protection for the animated corpse of Tom Brady. And I say that knowing how great he is. But Is that you?
What did I miss?
Is that you? Robert Hainsey to Tampa Bay from Notre Dame. Guard. Probably
Sexy.
a good play, yeah. The guards are always the sexiest of picks, right?
Leatherwood and Rayola in the octagon. Oh, God.
I like Rayola, but I'm telling you, Leatherwood wins. I'm telling you. He's just a monstrosity, that guy. Let's see. All right. I'll try to get this to work now that everything has been able to calm down. I want the chat on my big screen, not on the phone. It's way too hard to deal with on the phone. All right, getting close. Where are we? We're at 96 to 101. That's 5 picks away. The Detroit Lions.
Yeah, are you guys getting your super chats ready for the drink-a-thon?
Oh God, yeah. We should. Where should we start that? What
102?
Well, we got and I was wrong at 102 because of the Patriots thing. So it's 101, the Lions pick. Should we do a lead up to the Lions pick?
We could do a lead up to the Lions pick.
Let's do that because who's ahead of them? Is it Dallas ahead of them?
Dallas and Tennessee.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. How about we go during the Dallas and Tennessee picks? We're gonna do drinking for dollars. Super chat, $25 equals 1 second of me putting away straight shots of Jägermeister. If you weren't here last night, if you didn't see it for the last draft, last year it was a fan favorite. Every $25 is 1 second of me taking a shot. Last night we got 2 10-second. Was that what it was, or a 10 and 11 second, Sandman?
Yeah. I think it was 2 10 seconds.
20 seconds of Jägermeister. And I'll have everyone know I was awake at 10 to 7 today. I was in good shape. All right. I'm frustrated by the chat not working. I don't know what to do. Sewell is a vegan. Nick Math, that's I'm going to put that against him. I'm going to put that in the negative column. Although, God, looking at him, maybe I should be a vegan.
You know, I saw a picture earlier today of Sewell standing next to Crosby when they were both at Oregon, or when Crosby was just drafted.
Yeah.
And Sewell makes Crosby look like a small human being.
Yeah.
And I've met Crosby in person a few times, and he's anything but a small person. I mean, Sewell looks like he wears a size 11 hat.
Let me ask you, how big is Crosby compared to Decker?
Crosby is a little smaller than Decker, but not by a lot. Not by a lot.
All right.
Decker's like a more large human being overall.
I'll show you my picture from Taste of the Lions 2 years ago when we went with Blandino. Now look, this is just this is the thing that's so weird for me, right? Because I'm not making comparisons. Whatever. My shoulders are broader than Taylor Decker's are. Like I'm besides girth, I'm a bigger human being other than height, because he's got me by like a foot. It feels like, right? I mean, it felt like looking up to him, but I should have done something better with myself. I think, God, I should have done something better. Back in the day, I was ready, man. I was ready. I should have done it, Sandman. Why weren't you there to convince me to go play?
I should have.
It's weird to me.
If I ever find a time machine, that'll be right after killing baby Hitler.
I will never, ever be as athletic or good or anything as these guys, but I see their size, and like on TV, they look gigantic. And then I see them in real life, I'm like, eh. And it's weird because I know like they pretzel me, all those things. I'm not trying to say anything really weird, but it's just something to see. It's just a weird thing. It's kind of like doing the podcast. People know so much about you because just over time you talk about things and you're like, hey, yeah, and they talk to you and you know not a thing about them, right? And it's just a weird kind of gestalt dichotomy, whatever. Okay, let's get the picture.
Cleveland, what's going on?
What's going on?
You are Stanley.
Where's my Pats? Where's my Patriots?
They were
One
suspended.
lady in the back.
I want to take this opportunity
they forfeited
to
their
thank
opportunity to show up at the draft.
and the Kraft family for making this possible for me to be here tonight. This is great. I want to thank Bill Belichick and his staff for the great things they're doing up in New England. With the 96th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots, 21-time AFC Eastern champions, 11-time AFC champions, 6-time Super Bowl champions.
Who's he talking about?
Select Ronnie Perkins, defensive end, Oklahoma.
Well, that's a fascinating.
Thank you, Rich. Oh God, my chair's squeaky again. I got a WD-40. All right, there you go. Ronnie Perkins, 96. We got the LA Chargers, Denver Broncos, and then after that, and the Broncos are in for New Orleans. That's who they're doing. After that is the Dallas, and once Dallas is on the clock, the super chat, super drink starts. Now I'm gonna say I'm gonna put a max 10-second intervals on these. So if look, I'm not gonna wind up with 30 seconds of drinking, but
and then you're just breathing alcohol.
Yeah. But at that point, yeah, that's so it'll be in stages then, right? I mean, if it was beer, I could just pour it down or whatever, but it's like a mouthful and a gulp, and a mouthful and a gulp, right? And after last night, I found that 10-11 seconds is pretty much a mouthful, and it's not like you can't just pour that down your throat. It's a different animal. Because as I said, there's 56 botanicals. So 56 botanicals a second, that's a lot to try to take. It's between
that sounds like some vegan shit.
That's right. I'm in training to be an offensive tackle. Me and Sewell. We do the same thing. Do we look similar? No, I'm probably
same hat size.
I should pull that. I'm going to lose my chat if I do. Your liver's going to look like Tyreek Hill's girlfriend.
Oh, jeez.
It's just a wreck, isn't it? Oh, how much Jaeger do you keep? I had to buy another fifth today, actually. So I did take today's drink out of this one. Right? I think you guys can see. That's what's left. Let me put it so it's my face. That's what's left.
There we go.
From yesterday. Now, I had that 50-50 glasses to start this off because the tradition every draft day is a 50-50 nice English pint glass. So that went through that, and then I got a new fifth today. So I'm ready for you guys. Oh my goodness, I don't know why, but you guys like this. I mean, the thing is so there's two things. Last year we just did this on a whim, and people absolutely loved it. Like they went nuts on it, right? So I'm like, okay, fine, drinking for dollars, we'll make it a thing. So we did it, and then it took off again yesterday. Like I didn't expect.
Blew up.
Did not expect it. So what the heck? We'll have some fun. This we would do this. I would do this for the St. Jude podcast, but there's no way I could do 24 hours of a podcast with drinking for dollars in the middle, right? And at the end, it's just you're just so mentally rotted out and just want to go to bed. You can't do a bunch of drinking at that point. It's just too much. So you can't start drinking 26 hours after you woke up. It just doesn't work. So yeah, and we will do St. Jude 24 hours again. Risdon is in. Sandman, you're welcome to do all 24 or some selection of thereof again. It will be the bye week again of the Lions this year. Last time we raised $20,000 for St. Jude. We're going to do it again. Woo! Yeah, we're going to see what we can do about popping that number, popping the cherry on 20 grand. But that was something cool. The beans were a big thing.
The beans were a big thing.
The people loved it. I'm telling you, it seems like it's not a big deal or whatever, but the sour milk one, it really almost broke me. Straight up almost broke me. I still think of it. It makes me feel
Did any of you guys get skunk spray?
No, but Case, he did. He threw up 3 different times. Not on. He like left and was like nobody saw it, but 3 different times because of those beans he threw up. He has no.
We need trash can right off camera.
He has no constitution for that.
With the 98th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Quinn Miners, guard.
I thought he'd go earlier.
Wisconsin Whitewater.
There you go. That's a good one. That's Risdon's buddy, and he's been on our show. What is it? Is it Brett? Oh God, I don't know. Wisconsin Whitewater. He's a coach there. He's at the Senior Bowl every year. We interviewed him when you were there. We interviewed him again.
Oh,
yeah. Great dude. Really smart. Really, really cool guy. We gotta get him on again. Knocking trees down. That's old school. We've seen that before. Anybody can do that. Who was our guy? Who's not there anymore? It wasn't Dahl. It was but I think he was the same draft as Joe Dahl.
Yeah. There's so many.
Of course, Case is a broken man. He's read him out. He's getting married. Thunder C.
Yeah, he's getting married.
He is engaged to a wonderful woman who's going to make him an honest man, which in itself is a amazing feat. But no, he's got himself set up great. He's in a great place. All right, Cowboy, pick us in. Let's do it. Drinking for dollars. We got the Cowboys on the clock. $25 per second, and it's me slamming. Via Super Chat, it's me slamming the old what are those things called? Jägermeister. We'll see.
Jaeger.
Oof. We'll see if this gets going.
Your insides are going to look like Chuck Yeager.
Yeah.
Shaking up.
I can't get the chat.
Blind.
I can't get the chat. I want to see what happens. Maybe I can here. I'll try.
Oh yeah, Anthony Zettel, the tree hugger.
Tree hugger. Anthony Zettel. Thank you. Thank you.
So you're talking about Zach Follett. Aaron Brown.
Zach Follett.
Pain train, baby.
Why do you make me laugh?
I remember he used to sell like cardboard cutouts he would make in his garage. Wow. Like South Park figures.
Oh, I think I'm back in. All right, I'm back in. Okay. Now, as long as my different accounts.
Nick Math wants a prediction.
Nick Math wants. I'm Kate Johnson. Kate Johnson. All right.
I'm gonna go Cox.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's a great pick. I think Cox is actually a better pick than me. Than what I put together. All right. Here we go. We've got the Dallas pick. You guys got one more pick. You got Dallas and Tennessee, and then you get to see me.
Let's see where they go here.
Put them down.
With the 99th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Nashawn Wright, defensive back, Oregon State.
All right. Whew. There you go.
There you go. More people I don't
I'm not
think the Lions we're going to take.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows who the Lions are going to take at this point. Screw it. Let's finish off. Let's all lines.
Can you imagine?
Let's get a guard here.
Can you imagine? Big V out. Why? Because we took another guard. Oh my God. Ooh, Wes is in there with the big. See, I'm so happy to have my chat back. Thank you guys for.
Ooh, see, Chris Robbins knows what's up. Penasini, Panay, Cox.
Yep.
And Johnson.
And if we could get a poster with with all of them, they know what they're doing. Ooh, that's a nice grab. All right, pick is in Tennessee. Super chat, $25 a second. I will put down. This is actually beneficial to me. My liver thanks all of you for not super chatting this. Really, really thank you for that. All right. Oh man. Here we go. Pick is in. Titans pick is in. Lions are taking
I'm nauseous.
The Titans.
I haven't even drank any Jaeger.
I'm gonna drop ship some to you.
Is the local liquor store guy worried about your health after 2 bottles 2 days in a row?
He he's the one that told me this joke. He was wearing. I came in one day and he's wearing sunglasses. I'm not even joking about this. He's wearing sunglasses and he just looked like crap, right? And he's like, "Oh man," I'm like, "How you doing, brother?" He's like, "I don't feel so good, man." And I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I had way too much to drink last night, it wasn't good. I got home and I just freaking blew Chunks." I was like, "Oh no!" And he goes, "Yeah, it's not even the worst of it. Chunks is my dog." 1/5 of Jägermeister, please.
1/5, please.
Oh man, that's terrible.
I would like 2/10 of Jaeger.
2/10 of Jaeger. There you go. Do you have 420s?
Ooh, there you go.
What do they call the 1.75 liter? What is there a nickname for that? The big bottle?
I don't know. Come on, chat. When you call Case up, Case will know.
Yeah, oh yeah. He's got multiple names for it. Don't worry, Thundersea. I'm well taken care of.
Night.
I regularly see a doctor and make sure to maintain. And it's much like athletes, when you binge a little bit and then you give yourself a time to break, you actually have much better kidney function. I'm not even joking. All right, let's go. Handle. A handle is 1.75, Finley? Are you kidding me? Half gallon? Handle. The one I thought, okay. Thanks, Nick, man. Half gal, okay. Half gal handle. Yeah, oh, that makes sense. Okay. That's the world I'm living in. This fifth stuff. This is, I mean, look, like a fifth in my hand. It's like a glass, right? It's just a little thing. Be the big stuff, like this, like here, as they say, a handle. This is what it's supposed to look like, right? And it still only has 56 botanicals in the big bottle.
Oh, they should at least double it for you.
Right. I should have 112, right?
Seems like a bad deal.
Yeah, you got ripped off in the big bottle. More botanicals, please.
All right, here comes the Titans pick.
Here we go.
And we're right after.
Who is she's the chief operating officer, isn't she, of the NFL?
I think so. Ah, there he goes.
With the 100th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Elijah Molden, defensive back, Washington.
There you go. Okay, that's fine.
That was the guy I was looking forward to possibly grabbing.
I'm talking about Cade at the end of the third, and he's really a 4th or 5th round guy. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's risen. I don't think this is too bad to have him come here. I don't think this is too bad to come here. Okay. This is it. We're on the clock, boys. This is it. Lions are up.
Here we go.
All right, and also still doing drinking for dollars. $25 in super chat. Is 1 second of me slamming Jägermeister straight from the bottle. You see it here on stream because that's how we do it. And by the way, Case owes us a pie in the face because we cracked the 20,000 mark on the St. Jude. I got to get on his ass about that. I took the pie in the face. All right, here we go. Lions on the clock. Onwuzurike. Ali McNeil. That's easy. McNeil's easy, right?
Yeah, not too bad.
I hope he makes a lot of plays. I love talking about him. Oh, boy.
All right, pick is in.
Pick is in.
Yeah, let's get a guard. Let's go all out here. Let's just run 8 offensive linemen.
We're seeing Tennessee there. Okay. Time for a guard. Of course I can't pronounce our pick. Kevin? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Detroit is next.
With the 101st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ifeatu Melifonwu, defensive back, Syracuse.
Melifonwu!
This dude is a freak athlete.
Mm-hmm.
He's a legitimate freak athlete. His play doesn't really match his athleticism, but if the coaching staff thinks they can
do
teach
something
this
with
dude
it.
up, I mean, he is.
He's the Ziggy Ansah of quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, kinda, yeah.
As long as he doesn't get injured, I'll be all right with it. Whew. Oh man.
Yeah, I know he had a lot of round 2 grades on him just because of how aggressive and athletic he was.
Right. This is totally best player available. Right. I mean, this is what they
agree,
did.
yeah.
They had no regard for the rest of the team. No regard for Jared Goff. I'm making it out like it's a terrible thing, but this was 100% BPA. Oh wow, we're already into the. What is it? Ifiatu Melifonwu?
Yes.
Oh God, I got it. I can't. Suck that, Kevin.
This draft is full of super hard to pronounce names.
Yeah, we got them all.
It's gonna be rough being football fans trying to remember how to spell all these.
It's gonna be a rough year to be a blogger. I'll tell you that. it's gonna be rough enough to be a podcaster. Oh my God. Here we go. We got the pick coming in for the 49ers. We don't want to spend any time with the Lions. They Melifonwu with themselves.
So Math Bomb on Twitter, Kent Lee Platt.
Yes.
Posted
with the 102nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ambry Thomas, defensive back, Michigan.
That's a good one.
That's
a good pick. Yep.
Another Michigan man.
All right, Kent Platt.
But Kent has the RAS, which is the relative athletic score.
Mm-hmm.
Higher number, the better for Melifonwu.
Up to 10, right?
Yep, out of 10 as a 9.69. Really, I mean, just his shuttle isn't great, but everything else. His height, his weight, his size, his vertical is 42 inches, which is nuts. You know, just a absolute beast of an athlete. So this is an exciting pick. I would put this into exciting territory because of what he could become with the right coaching staff and the right opportunities.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. All right. So that's the end of the Lions picks for today. I think we have somebody who's really excited to join us. So I'll pick him up. Here we are. Mr. Robbins.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing pretty good. How about you guys?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
I lost a drinking for dollars tonight, but otherwise we're doing really well. cbd.detroitlinespodcast.com. But what do you got for us, brother?
So, yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys. I missed calling in after the McNeil pick, so I have a couple things on him and the guy we just took in Melifonwu here. Both guys, very, very, again, what we're seeing here is a very consistent trend, really athletic. We're going for, that's the one thing that we always complain about with the Bob Quinn and Patricia era, right? All these slow dudes, the Tavais and so forth. We're completely flipping that script head over heels. Melifonwu, freak athlete. Sewell, freak athlete. McNeil, freak athlete. Onwuzurike, great athlete. All these guys are high upside athletes above all else. So that's by far and away the biggest takeaway from the first 2 days looking at the entire class, without a doubt. Is the emphasis and push for these athletic upside guys over safe floor, low ceiling, slow pokes are going to be refined.
Yep. Really quick, completely unsubstantiated rumor from Justin. Now the Lions are trying to trade back into the third.
Oh, okay. Hopefully that's for a wide receiver pick.
Who
Wallace would be. Oh,
come on. Who do you think we really need? Come on, say it, Robbins.
No,
get it out. Say the name. Say the name.
I love Tyler, man. I've been high on him since the sophomore.
But you're not saying the name. Who's the name? Say it. Cade Johnson. Say it, Chris. Cade.
I mean, he'd be fine too. I would not be disappointed with that at all.
Cade.
He's very interesting. He stood out when I was watching Trey Lance tape.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy. I'm telling you, KJ Hill is going to step up this year. I think that's what you're going to see. He just didn't have their team last year was such a crap show that he never really had an opportunity to do anything. But I just see this Cade Johnson kid can stop, change direction, and go. And he beat, like, Nico Collins already went, and he destroyed Nico Collins the Senior Bowl. I mean, he made him just look like he was standing still. I think this is such an addition because, again, if you think about where the Lions are on offense, he's not a wide receiver one. We're not getting one of those guys right now. But this is a guy that can work the middle of the field, blow the top off with your speed with Perriman and Williams. You got a guy that can work the middle of the field in Cade. And then you get Hawkinson, who can do kind of short passes, and you got the pass catching ability of both Williams and DeAndre. Shoot me in the face. I don't know. And our two running backs, great pass catching ability. All of a sudden, you've opened up the whole field to throw the ball for Jared Goff, and you can really take advantage of the weak points of the defense in coverage, depending what team you have. You can yeah. Wes, you're right. I went down the KJ Hill, but you can take advantage of the weak points of any defense you face, and you're multiple enough to take advantage of those. Let's see if this pick is here with the Rams.
With the 103rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ernest Jones, linebacker, South Carolina.
I'm telling you right now, carry on. Thank you for that tweet behind you, Sandman. He is my spirit animal now. I've just put him up to my oof. Man, I almost can't pronounce a single player name on our defense. My God. That is a tweet of the year. Carry on. Great stuff right there. Holy cow.
Gonna be big time nicknames coming in. Jersey numbers are gonna be hot.
Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
So going back to the KJ Hill point, you know who took KJ Hill last year, right?
Yeah, San Diego.
Anthony Lynn.
Yeah.
So we might see someone like a KJ Hill who's got that same
got
it. Be a target with our next pick.
Sorry, I was like, I thought it was a quiz. I didn't realize I didn't follow the thinking on it. Yeah, no, that's no, that's great. No, that's absolutely right. And to move up into the third, I mean, this is about time to get him. End of the third, early in the fourth. His stock has gone up. And again, I'm not dying on the hill on this. And Kevin's all talking about ex-girlfriend memories after a few drinks with KJ Hill. But you watch, Kevin. I'm going to hold you to that. This is Cade would be a really good. He's kind of perfect sort of piece with everything else we've got in 2021, at least to kind of take advantage of all areas of the field as opportunities to throw the ball.
Yep. So, that looks like the Ravens are about to come up here.
Yeah, we've got someone dancing in front of the chief operating officer, and she's looking for security, and security did come. All right, let's see what the pick is here.
With the 104th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Brandon Stevens, defensive back, SMU.
All right, Cade's still out there. It ain't gonna
run on quarterbacks.
The one thing that I will say about Isiaga, going back to Austin Roots, I don't know anything about either of the last guys, is the one thing that's kind of a concern with him is the tackling. Talk about all those missed tackles in the secondary. He, I think, had the highest missed tackle rate of any draft-eligible defensive back in this year's class. So that's the biggest reason why he fell. His missed tackling is horrifying. So day one, that's the first thing you're working on with him as soon as he gets into training camp is you've got to work on those tackling fundamentals.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to be competing with guys who can tackle like Amani, like Okuda, etc., and the type of players that it seems like Campbell and Holmes seem to go for to fill those secondary spots, or even best case scenario if he plays slot for us as a big slot defender. And that's going to be day one, the first thing that you really have to clean up. And even more so if you have Will Harris back there. If you got Mel Fongo and Harris in the same secondary, that's not going to be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That one stings. That really stings. She is the COO, right? Oh God, this guy's creeping on her. The Broncos guy.
I believe so.
Holy cow! Let's get this pick in.
With the 105th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Baron Browning, linebacker, Ohio State.
From out of Fort
Ohio
Worth,
State.
Shortlist for us.
Yeah, Ohio State's making a big rush now, huh? All right.
Oh yeah.
It's they're trying to catch up with. Okay. Oh wait, she's still talking.
Among the more than 90.
Oh, she's still talking. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
Maybe move up tomorrow, top of the morning. Maybe it could be an option. Have all night to work out a trade there. That'll be interesting. We're going to be picking early tomorrow, no matter what. I don't think we're trading back.
Yeah, we're picking 7 picks.
Yep. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to kind of follow. Maybe and I don't know, because there's still some other pretty good talent too. You still have Jamar Johnson there. You still have obviously the wide receivers we talked about, and you still have even Jabril Cox still there too, right?
Yeah.
Jabril Cox is still there, which is
why
he has to have some sort of medical thing happening,
or something else. So, the gas mask video.
The story with him is that they had to push back his pro day due to some sort of medical issue, and he just had his pro day, I think, last week or the week before, because he missed quite a bit of time. He had to delay it from the normal LSU pro day. So maybe whatever he missed the regular pro day for hasn't healed or checked out, or they don't have that info, would be my guess.
Yeah, okay. It's definitely, that kind of thing is a risk. You never know. But hey,
once you get into the 4th round, then injury risk is kind of the name of the game. That's like the players you start taking.
Yeah.
So
great place to take a Titus Young.
The other thing too about the linebacker spot is we aren't going to really be playing a whole heck of a lot of 3 or especially 4 linebacker sets.
Yeah, no chance.
So I think they kind of envision, at least for this year, Anzalone and Collins being the main 2 starters at those linebacker spots. So I don't necessarily think that that's as immediate of a need as the rest of the fan base might make it out to be, with having those 2 guys in, especially with Anzalone coming from the Saints, knowing the system, knowing the scheme, and all that stuff that Glenn's going to run here, most likely. I'm not necessarily sure that they're in a huge, huge hurry to run to the podium to take a linebacker at this point.
No, it's like, for me, it's all about incremental growth, right? Like what, and this is why I like when I talked about the defensive Levi, the pick with Levi earlier, it was like, yep, incrementally we're a little bit better as a team on defense, right? Mm-hmm. Incrementally we'd be a lot better with a wide receiver at that point, and that's the thing that I look at as the whole kind of positional value thing. How much is it going to move the needle for the team as a whole to put that guy there? Over the long term, that's a different story, right? That's a completely different story, and that's the thing. For me, it's always, and this is, Sandman, this is one of the things I like to think I'm thinking more long term with these guys, but I think in the heat of the moment on the draft, I'm like, what are they going to do, especially for the Lions? What are they going to do for us right now? Because damn it, the last year was never good enough for however many years, since 1991, right?
Yeah.
And I fall into that same trap all the time. Like, that was what was one of the main things that was really bugging me about the Sewell pick yesterday. Was like, the difference between him and Crosby, and how well Crosby played compared to the other spots, like corner or safety or trading back or whatever else. The offensive line was already our best unit, so I didn't necessarily see that kind of difference maker there. But now that I see what we've done today, honestly, I feel a lot better than I did yesterday about the Sewell pick, and more reflecting on that kind of with the long-term vision in mind.
I will tell you, I do not think Crosby sees a snap in a Lions uniform in 2021. Yeah. And you've seen my why I say that. But
I
don't think
too, and just the fact that we took Sewell and we're paying by $12 million. I don't think make him a backup.
Let me put it this way: once the season starts, I don't see him seeing a Lions uniform in the regular season. I think Crosby's gone. That's my piece. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. But I was right about if you guys look at the description in the YouTube video from yesterday, you'll see that I straight up called Sewell, and I wrote that at like noon before the draft started. So there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. So yeah, no, same reason. I don't think we'll see Crosby in a Lions uniform. Hopefully we get something for him. I think as we talked about with Hand now is in play. Flowers is in play, right?
Oh,
go ahead.
That's a good point. Actually, I think it was Justin Rogers said that the plan is to move Michael Brockers to edge, which is why we went with the 2 defensive tackles.
Right.
So basically, our defensive line is going to be Flowers, 2 defensive tackles inside, and then have Brockers at the strong end. So basically, Flowers is going to be like our 7-tech, like our pass rusher. And then we're going to have Brockers as the closed end, is what we called him when Terrell Austin was here. And then, like the Anthony Zettel type of role, if you remember what he did when he was here.
He chased trees.
And then we've got the defensive tackle rotation with Penasini, Onwuzurike, and McNeil. And then Hand will probably be the backup rotational guy with Brockers at that end spot, would be my guess.
Got it. Interesting.
So if you look at it from that way, and the added depth and everything else that kind of comes with that, it makes a little bit more sense too.
Sure thing. Yeah, it does. It's the long game, and I think that again, as a Lions fan, the thing is, I want to see something now. I'm miserable from the whole COVID thing. I'm miserable from the whole COVID season that I didn't get to go to training camp. I didn't get to go to a game. Sandman didn't buy me a suite this year. All that kind of stuff. I mean, the highlight though of my year was Sandman being able to do the post game shows, and I mean that, Andy. Really, that was just absolutely fabulous to me.
I had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
I had no reason not to.
But like all that plus. Just the former regime, just the game was not fun. It was just miserable, right? It was a miserable slog. I wanted that big rebound effect, right? And we're gonna get it. It's patience. It's the thing that I've told people forever. You've got to wait and see. You've just got to give it another year, and this is gonna be a fun year. But I think 2022 is where we're gonna see results. And I think 2023 is when things are really going to blow the lid off. If this rebuild works, we'll know at the end of the 2022 season if this is working, right? Or if we're on a rail to something else.
And we have 6 picks in the first 2 rounds over the course of the next 2 drafts. So I mean, hypothetically, you've got to think that's at least 6 starters, not including the 3rd round guys.
Yeah.
And that's something to keep in mind too. So that long-term vision of maybe, okay, this year we know we're going to be way behind the wide receiver with Perriman and Williams and Ratley and all the Khalif Raymond, but maybe next year with that Rams first or our second, or maybe even 2 years down the line and so on, maybe that kind of comes into play a little bit, knowing that next year's receivers class is pretty good too,
and we might buy them.
There's going to be a lot of good receivers too.
This is the thing you got a lot of guys in a 1-year deal right now because of the whole COVID thing, right? In the way that the cap is, we're going to have a cap explosion available, TV deal, and how the dead cap that's going away. We're going to be in really, really good position to buy next year.
Yep.
And these are this is where you look and say, I want the guy coming off his rookie contract. I'm going to outbid another team for, I'm just making up a name here, right? I'm just for Tyreek Hill, for the guy coming off that contract who is a superstar, and you're going to lock him into 4 or 5 years. You're going to pay him a shitload, but you have the money to do it, right?
Yep.
That's where, like I said, this year is really a shoring up year. It's not like Miami did, right? Miami had a fire sale. And it wasn't fun to be a fan. It was literally, I have to wait for a year to want to watch football. That's literally what happened there. I don't think that's where we're at. I think we're going to have fun football games. I think it's going to be interesting to watch. I think the what's going on in Green Bay right now is going to make the Lions Green Bay games winnable. Oddly enough, you know what I mean. And just look, think about it. If we won 4 games next year, but we swept Green Bay, okay, and I'm just making up a crazy scenario. Think about it. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I feel like that I feel pretty good about that. Or I beat the Bears. I sweep Green Bay. I get maybe one out of Minnesota, and I get 1 or 2 wins somewhere else. I'm at 5-6 wins for the year. I'm okay with that. That was fun football, right? And I look competitive in my division. I've got a quarterback who doesn't have weapons, but frankly would be the best quarterback in the division at that point. I have a lot to look forward to, and then you start getting into the salary cap in the draft next year. I think that sets us up pretty good.
Well, and even like if we do end up going the Miami route, if we're 10-7 in 2022, sign me right off ASAP for that.
Yeah.
And that was a team instantaneous turnaround with the capital that they were able to collect and rebound. So and that's even a little bit more optimistic than I think we're going for. But
yeah, and the Jimmy Johnson one,
really
remember
nice.
Jimmy Johnson Cowboys? This is like the third time I've ever said that one, but that's such a great example of where we could be right now. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for this team. I think we have some. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We will know at the end of next year exactly what we have. We have this year of football to play. I think it's going to be fun. I think there's going to be some surprise wins. I think there's going to be some surprise losses. I think there's going to be people that are feeling a little schizophrenic about what to think about the team because it's going to be completely different than what we've seen for probably the last decade. Right. Well, since Stanford was here, right, it's going to be a completely different team. The offense, the strategy, it's going to be completely different, and a lot of people are going to have a hard time with it. Some people are going to jump on board with it and enjoy it, and it's going to be something. It's going to be, if you could take the mindset that this is going to be fun to watch how this thing changes and evolves. If you can kind of stomach that, I think you'll have a good time with the Detroit Lions for the next couple of years.
Yeah, and then the other thing too that we kind of brought up a little bit is like the narrative when MP and Bob Quinn were here, were kind of like that lack of like vocal leadership, right? Like Stafford not really known generally by the mainstream media as being like that hoorah vocal leader type of guy. And all these dudes that we've taken so far are incredibly vocal, outspoken, hoorah, let's go lay these kneecaps off some fools types of guys. Like the culture change with the picks that we made too is going to be incredibly dramatic from the last 3 or 4 years that we've had.
Yep. You know, I think Thunder C. Smith. I wish I could say his name, but I'm just trying to be a good boy here. He I think he encapsulated it really well in just a few words. We're gonna lose, but we're gonna lose with swagger. And you know what? We lost with anger the last 2 years, so I'm okay with losing with swagger. I think that's definitely a step in the right direction. Sandman,
for sure.
You're a season ticket holder. You have been for 153 years. It's always 153. I don't know why, but you've been forever. You were thankfully blessed by not having to pay for those tickets last year, because if you had to, it could have been the end. I recognize that it could have been like you've milked me enough. We're going into this year. You're looking at what we have. You see what's going on. What's with the expectations that we have here and that we've been talking about. How do you feel?
I feel all right. It's been said a million times that fun football, whether we win or lose, if there's a reason to go to the game to see players get better, to see, the staff develop, there's always hope. Like that's what Lions fans have been living off of for 60 years. Hope.
Yeah.
And there was no hope with Patricia. There was no hope with Quinn. It was just kind of like dead football.
Yeah.
So, I think preseason this year, even maybe training camp, is going to be really telling about what we're going to expect to see this year. And even if we just have fun, close football or a defense that gets stops where it's not, okay, well, they're going to score or they're going to take 10 minutes off the clock every time they touch the ball. I think that's enough, to get through for 1 year. I mean, it's definitely not an ideal situation and they'll never come out and say it, to just know that you're not going to be good in a year and kind of draft accordingly.
Right.
Like that's not great for your fans.
Yeah.
But long term, you kind of need to make a choice. Do you keep fans happy now by drafting a running back every year who's going to be the next big thing, or do you build inside out?
Will you hold my hand at training camp again?
Well, yeah, I'll have to walk you through the mud. I'll put my coat down for you. I'll get you into the VIP area, even if they don't want to let you in.
He always takes care of me. They always want to kick me out, right? You're taking pictures. You're taking pictures. I'm tweeting. What are you talking about? So I think really quick. Hold on, Chris. Really quick. Training camp. The party's on this year, guys. I'm telling you, it's on this year. If you are a Lions fan and you want to have fun, we do the training camp party. We couldn't do it last year because the whole pandemic thing. But the training camp, I can't talk now. The training camp party is going to be on. Join us. I am telling you, you will have the time of your life. We'll be at training camp. We grab as many people as we can. We hang out. We have a lot of fun. Keep your eyes open. We'll talk about that starting in June. But we may start talking about that on the Vegas vlog stuff.
There you go.
But training camp this year is going to be a riot, and you are going to learn so much. If you haven't been there, you absolutely want to come, especially this year. If you want to know what this team is going to be and what's going on, you can sit there and you can watch and you can see. Sandman, he nailed it on the. I have to give you absolute credit. Your attitude after every training camp in Patricia World, you were right. You were absolutely.
I felt it in my soul. I felt it deep down.
Absolutely right. And folks, you go there, check it out. We'll be there. We'll do the party. There's a lot of stuff going on around training camp. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we be sure to be there for that. Okay, Chris, go ahead. Get your last words in, and we're going to get ready to wrap up here.
Yeah. So I have one more closing question for you guys. If you take a look at the teams that are above us, outside of Jacksonville with Lawrence and that whole thing, would you rather be the Jets? Would you rather be the Bengals? Would you rather be the Falcons right now? I mean, obviously Miami and trades or whatever. Okay, so throw Texans in. I mean, which of the teams that was picking above us would you rather be than us right now, if any?
I don't think anybody wants to be the Texans.
No.
I think that's an easy one.
No,
San
Francisco.
The Bengals are interesting. I think
San Francisco is the team I would want to be that picks above us, and that's about it.
Well, I mean, of the original teams.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the Bengals are interesting just because they have Burrow, and the sky's the limit when you have a quarterback with that kind of skill.
They should have taken Sewell, though. They should have taken Sewell. They screwed up big time.
They're in a make-or-break year for their head coach. Taylor's on the hot seat. He almost got fired after this year. So you're looking at a regime change next year if they don't win against Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're where the Lions have been the last 15 years, ever since we drafted.
But the problem is the Lions are still there. Right, that's the hard part. Is the Lions are still there. These guys are relatively new to. I mean, Jacksonville's they've had ups and downs. The Jets have had ups and downs. San Francisco's had ups and downs. Atlanta, Bengals have always been bungly. Miami's been up and down, but the Lions are always here.
Yep,
and that's the thing. That's
full circle. Yeah, we hit. Came off of midnight when we drafted Stafford. We're back around again. Midnight again.
Yeah,
we'll see.
That's fair.
2 minutes to midnight.
All right, guys. Well, hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night, and stay safe and everything else, and stay healthy. And
you too, Chris.
I'll talk to you guys about the picks in Slack and Discord tomorrow.
All right, brother. Be good.
Later.
Yep, you too.
Right, we'll see you. All right, there we go. I did it. I didn't cut him off. Day 2, done. Delta 8, cbd.detroitlionspodcast.com. Get your head straight. Seriously, go there. It's the place to be to take care of yourself. This hat, there's no better hat. There's not been a better hat for the last 5 years. Straight up. Fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. Go get yours. Other than that, Amazon.detroitlionspodcast, all that kind of stuff. Let's wrap it up. Sandman, I want to just really quickly give you a big thanks, man. You have always been a great friend since we started this thing, and I love that you do this and have done this the draft with me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely. Always a blast being on with you, Chris.
It's always good to be together. All right, don't forget about some Patreon. Patreon.com/Detroit Lions Podcast. Patreon.com/Detroit Lions Podcast. You get access to the Slack, the Discord, all the great stuff. The smartest, most intelligent Lions chat on the internet. There's no
like this.
There's no my pie in the face moment. There is nothing better than the chat there. It's the most respectful, and you can certainly dissent, but it's the greatest place to hang out. So go there, patreon.com/Detroit Lions Podcast. Also on Twitter at DET Lions Podcast, DET Lions Podcast. Thank you so much. And give us a call on Skype, Detroit Lions Podcast, all one word, Detroit Lions Podcast, or on the Lions line at 929-33-LIONS. 929-335-4667. Give us a call and we'll get you on the air. We'll put your message on every time. Also, go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Subscribe to the podcast so we can drop one in your ears automatically, because that's what we like to do it. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to see you next time on the Detroit Lions Podcast. Remember, no pants, no toasters, no hot tubs, no problems, because we're your Detroit Lions and Reddit connection.